JacerJ22, thanks for following the bus. Really appreciate it. I was just about to hop on here. It is 9:10 p.m. U.S. Central Standard Time. And you're part of the bus. We are now doing the TheRantCast. My name is Josh, and I'll be one of the hosts on this super duper show that I'm wanting to start. I am accompanied by my close friend here, HeroQuest Fans, also known as Kurgan. Let me go ahead and bring up the screen here. We're going to be doing a very special podcast covering a lot of different topics today. Something that we're kind of demoing. So go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Oh yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage. No, not really, but hey, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no
Strange
problem.
Buck. Always a pleasure to meet a Jedi.
Always a pleasure to meet a Jedi.
Just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
So
I'm not actually going to talk, I'm just going to quote movies and... No, I'm kidding. No, we're going to rant about various things.
That little icon there.
Little icon.
Just...
Yeah. Budget, you know. Once I get a few more subs, maybe I can afford a animatronic or something.
Yeah, so just before we begin here real quick, go ahead and just let us know, for the people who are watching now who aren't part of your channel, if they aren't, or for the VOD and the YouTube video that I might be posting here, what is your channel?
Yes, thank you. It is HeroQuest Fans. So if you go to twitch.tv/HeroQuestFans, that's one. Or you can look me up on YouTube. It's XSC3, home of HeroQuest Fans. Or if you just type HeroQuest Fans, you'll find me there. And if you go to yeoldin.com, on the forum there, you'll find many of my posts.
Right on. All right, so kind of covering a couple topics today. We'll be kind of going off of the first one here is we're going to be talking about version wars, both in video games and board games. Lots of old school and new school type of things. You know, that you go to the lunchroom at school and some dude's talking about, hey, did you catch that new update for this certain game? They took away the backstab, or they nerfed the backstab, as a good example. And everybody stops playing. You go home that night and you're like, hey, you want to play this game? They're like, nope, game is stupid. Going back to the old one. Or they may like that game and may want to play more of it. Either way, we're going to be covering that today, as well as covering a couple topics in Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, and Jedi Academy. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And then moving on to the topic that everybody and their mother is talking about, as well as influencers alike, multiverses. Last but not least, a personal topic of mine, where we'll be talking about games that lost their passion. Similar games that you might be wondering about, or new games that you've never heard about. Either way, you're going to be hearing about me rant a lot in that category. So let's go ahead and follow up here. I'm going to have HeroQuest Fans, or I'm going to be calling him Kurgan throughout this point. I'm going to have Kurgan be opening up on version wars, starting with HeroQuest. Go ahead and take it away, sir.
Alright, so just for fun, I'm going to be sharing my screen up here, if that's alright. Just want to give you a little bit of visual. So, let's see here. Give me a moment.
Just one moment here. Alright.
Be seeing HeroQuest. You seeing it okay?
Yeah, I've got it posted up.
Alright, excellent. Yeah, so one thing in the HeroQuest community, so a lot of fans from Great Britain, where the game originated in 1989, they had their own set of rules. In 1990, there was a revision of the rules, okay, but that was the version they had up until 2021, when Hasbro remade the game. And when they remade the game, they used the North American rules from 1990. So all these other countries in Europe that they called EU rules suddenly had the North American rules. So that rubbed some people the wrong way because you've been playing the classic game all this time. You get your nostalgic remake, but it's some other country's version. So, I mean, I'm not in their boat, but if I was somebody who had grown up with the game that way, I mean, little miffed, I'd be like, I want to play the game the old way, the way that I'm used to. I know some people prefer the new rules and they just kind of went right along. But yeah, you do get that community split. You know, you get people that say, nah, I'm just going to homebrew it the old way, or just keep playing my old game. I don't need this new remake. So, yeah. That's HeroQuest. Now, I know that it's happened in a lot of other franchises. A lot of other game companies have done it. So whenever I hear somebody complaining, like, I immediately have sympathy because I'm like, all right, I get where you're coming from. Like, I'm not into Dungeons and Dragons, but whoops, we're not into that yet. We're still talking about board games. Yeah, with Dungeons and Dragons, like, you get, what are they up to now? 5th edition? There's 4th, 3rd. I mean, when I was a kid,
like
in the 80s,
5.4, I think.
it was advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and I saw advertisements for it. But it was like, yeah, whatever version that you grew up playing, yeah, you had people who would just go from version to version. Like, you got to buy all these new books. I mean, unless you just knew a friend who let you copy it off of them or whatever. Went to the library and copied it. But I sympathize with people who kind of get caught up in that thing. Like, the realm of video games, it's more prevalent, I think, because it's not like you have to buy a whole physical thing. You've got, just a patch comes out. I mean, nowadays it's automatic, you know, it's on the internet or on your console. Just one day you're playing the game like you always do, and then all of a sudden there's an update. You have no choice, and it's just forced on you. So I think it's a little easier in the board game world because you can just you know, keep doing what you're doing, or pick what you want from the update and just kind of sprinkle it on top of the game you've already got. You don't have to worry as much.
Right.
Now, I know that it gets tougher when you get like games that are played competitively or for money or whatever. Games like Magic the Gathering or what's the other one? Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know what else, but like those card games, it's like they'll say at a certain point, these cards don't work anymore. Like, what? What do you mean they don't work anymore? Like, you go to a tournament and you can't use them. You've got to redo your deck. You got to buy new stuff. Suppose Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer 40k, Age of Sigmar, all those games have a similar kind of issue in that they'll release new rules, and so yeah, if you meet with people and they want to play a certain edition of the game, you can play it, but let's say you want to play your version that you prefer, and you can't find anybody that wants to play that with you. It's like, well, you're screwed then. Whereas with a video game, in theory, you could just not update it, not apply the patch, and just keep playing the old version by yourself or with your buddies or whatever. But yeah, it can divide a community. It can cause disputes, because if you just have one version of the game, okay, it's like everybody just accepts it, right? You know, unless you make mods or something. But when the company lets you get used to a certain version and then they introduce a change, it's like you're going to alienate some people. Kind of like, and this could be a whole other rantcast, a future rantcast, but like Star Wars, special edition comes out, you get changes to a movie that you've been watching for so many years. It's like, well, you like some of the things and you don't like some of the things, and some people just want to go back to the old version, and if it's easy to get it, great. If it's not, then you're going to be angry.
Right.
Kind of what I have to say about it. But I don't know, I'm kind of at peace with it. I think if a company doesn't, it's next to impossible to get the old versions. First of all, if they get the game relatively right from the start, and there aren't a lot of changes, they make it easy to go back to the old version, I think that's probably the best. Yeah, if they make radical changes after the game is well established, and they run the risk of dividing the community and causing problems, especially with video games. Yeah, so what do you think?
So I have a thing in regards to like versions of different card games. So if we're looking at let's say if we're looking at Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic or I mean, I could kind of go on and on in regards to different. So, like, let's say just in regards to Magic, and like this is just an example. But if you're looking at that, I think it kind of also dates a lot of people's play styles. It's good to have tournaments where people are kind of like branching out or getting bigger and like. But when they start banning like certain cards. Before when I was growing up, it was more logical. Like, with Yu-Gi-Oh, it was like, you can't use Exodia at a tournament because it's like almost an instant win. I mean, it is an instant win. With Magic, there were certain very overpowered cards that almost guaranteed you the match. Now I feel like we've kind of gotten... they have such big fan bases, and some of the fan bases are slightly divided, and they've kind of gotten to this point to where we're kind of all just sitting there going, well, he's got this card, and this card grants him this much of a percentage over your opponent, and this percentage isn't fair, or, we're kind of calculating things in numbers, percentages, and odds, and to me that kind of that's the whole point of the game, right? Now, I'm not a tournament player, right? I'm probably going to have some big tournament guy, slap my opinion out of my mouth and say, well, you're wrong. And, okay, I'm wrong. But that's why I don't ever do tournaments. It's because, more often than not, you're either catching a guy cheating, which I've seen a lot of lately, or two, it's very particular anymore. At least I feel. That could just be like a boomer thing for me. Is like, I now have to have a finite tournament deck, like for Magic. It has to be very, very finite. And I used to be able to walk into my local game store and go in and do small tournaments and be able to use the same deck I was playing with my friends. It's not a. It wasn't like I had to have my regular deck and my tournament deck, and then I had to have my my international rules deck and my Well,
I feel like I shouldn't say anything because I'm not a Magic player, and I'm definitely not a tournament level player in any of these games. And sometimes it kind of ticks me off when I talk to people who consider themselves pro in any of these games. It's like you can never tell them anything because they know it all. It's like, all right, fine. But what if you look at it like this? Like, let's say I like to play poker with my friends. I can't walk into a casino with a deck of cards that I play with my friends. I've got to use the casino's deck and the casino's dice, or whatever game we're playing. They've got their, but that's because they're afraid that people will cheat. Like they'll mark the cards, they'll modify the dice, they'll bring something in they shouldn't. But I suppose Magic is different because an aspect of the game is the collecting and the surprise and the customization of your own game, and so it kind of, you have a personal stake in it, so to speak. Is that why you would object to that idea that you'd have to have like a separate tournament approved deck to play with pros versus just playing with your friends?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that makes the most sense. So
just like that. I mean, I guess some of these, once we get into the video game part of it, you get these like Street Fighter tournaments, and I don't know if they allow you to like bring in your own joystick or whatever, or these esport leagues. I mean, I assume they have to pre-approve the equipment probably, so it's not like you have your hacked mouse that's going to let you have better response time than the next guy or something to have a competitive edge. you know, it's you go to play basketball, it's like they have the regulation ball and the uniform, and like, yeah, I mean, if you look at it from that standpoint, I don't think it seems as unreasonable. But at the same time, yeah, they're changing the game that you love and forcing you to play it a certain way. Because like if I'm playing HeroQuest at my friend's house and we're using his set, he's Zargon, he's the GM. He might have some house rules that I never use, but that's what he's going to be playing. I mean, unless I just walk away and refuse to play with him, we're going to play the way he plays. He comes to my house, we're going to play the way I play.
Right.
I suppose with a card game where it's one-on-one, because Magic the Gathering, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it always one-on-one, or are there other variants?
Last I knew, like I said, I'm in no way a pro player, so this is kind of coming, like all the opinions you're getting from as far as card games are coming from a commoner. Like I'm in no way a big time pro player. Like you're gonna get people hopping in here expecting like pro strats and stuff like that. And like I said, like my old deck hasn't been used in years. And like I said, I went to go walk in one time. I was like, hey, what's the new deal with the Magic? And I was told that like, oh, there's different cards you can and can't use. There's these certain edition type cards that are playable and non-playable, and I just kind of turned around and walked out. I was like, yeah, that's. I feel like to simplify it, because I don't want to sound like I know it all, because I don't. Because I've been out of the game. Yeah, I've been kind of out of the game for so long. The thing that kind of got me out of card games was the fact that if you like them, you like them. It's your main hobby, that's great. I'm not attacking you in that whatsoever. The big part about it is if you want to make it something that you want to do with like friends, and like you want to go to like I said, your local game store or something to do like a tournament on, it kind of defeats the purpose now anymore, at least over here where I live, because a lot of people are tournament players. And if you don't make that your life, or you don't make it something that you need to focus on, it kills it for you, because there are people that have to stay up to date with this. It also kind of feels like a big money ploy, because if you're not constantly updating your deck all the time, and we're not talking about like if you go 3-4 years without updating your deck, there's something wrong with you if you're like a tournament player. But like I mean, like, it always encourages people to shuffle out cards, because there are cards that are playable and there are cards that are not playable. So, and there's always
it's not like
going
chess
to be that.
where you can, like if I'm a chess player, like the game hasn't changed in a couple hundred years, so I can walk in and off the street and just play it, and it'll be the same.
Indeed.
But yeah, with Magic the Gathering, it's the game is designed around frequently buying new cards and all that sort of thing. And there has to be some limit to it, because what if like I got a free deck of Magic cards at a hobby store like a year ago? Like I just walked in, oh, they have free decks. Sure, I've never had one, I'll just grab one. But it's like if I wanted to get into Magic today, like would I be going up against people that they've had these cards that they've been collecting since like 1995 or something? So it's like, oh shoot, I got to get on eBay and try to find those cards so that I can compete with these guys. Like that wouldn't be reasonable. I mean, I guess it would give them some kind of prestige, but I don't know. With a lot of this stuff, they talk about gatekeeping, and I hate that, because it's like, I don't know, there's sort of this implication that it's wrong to like the people that start a community are the ones that have to run it. It's like, why does it have to be that way?
Can't really pass the torch off if you're the only one holding it.
And the other thing is, if like a bunch of people like invade a community, so to speak, if a bunch of new people join and they say, okay, we want to change everything, like that should be allowed, because otherwise you're gatekeeping. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, why can't it just be a product that's out there? And by common consent, people decide. Like when you're talking about the tournament thing, like how you walked away, like to me, what that's saying is there's a community out there, but it's not the community that would welcome you. So what you'd have to do is like create your own community, basically, or like find the guys. Like you go to the Magic shop and like everybody there is playing a certain way, but the guys in the back, like behind the building in the alley, are like, "Hey, you want to play like the old game?"
No,
Like, yeah,
I mean,
sure.
it hasn't gotten like drastically
Not quite that
like
bad.
different, but like it's more the fact that to me, I feel like if you step away from it, you're gonna lose track. For me, it was more the fact that like
Soap
I
opera,
wanted
you
something
miss
to where I could
the
go in,
episode.
chat with people. If there was a tournament there, you could at least get to know the community, sit down, and like I said, there probably still is somewhere. But like I said,
Yeah.
from my experience and from the people I've talked to, it kind of feels like everybody kind of wants to just be a pro at the game. Like they just want to be a pro, and they don't want. There's no there's not a lot of passing of information. There's not a sit down. Hey, how you doing? It's not like if you're gonna play like professionally, then now like I said, I've never been to an actual tournament in a very long time. And from what I've seen in certain tournaments, they're very quick, they're very decisive, and that's where you need to be, and they're very serious. And that's where you need to be serious. But the big thing is like usually you keep to like I guess good mannerisms, and I feel like that's kind of gone downhill, especially with card games, board games. Like I played the Star Wars miniatures game. It was like an '07, and that was a community-based game, plus it could be played professionally. And it was kind of a thing that eventually, I believe, turned to something where people were gatekeeping and being weird. Like, if you owned... I mean, because, there are certain models, there are certain figures that you get that are super rare, you spend a lot of money on, and... it's kind of the reason you kind of just get out of those things. Like I said, if you don't spend your whole time on them, you're kind of going to end up at one point in time, whether it be in 5-10 years, hell, even like 3 years, you're just going to want to stop. And I feel like that's something that, like I said, it's not for everybody. There's probably some guys going to be like, well, I've been playing casually for years. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. That's okay. This is the general feeling. And like I said, it's different all around the country and all around the globe. But what my statement is it's towards the bigger communities that I think that should be welcoming new players, not saying that they have to always be there or they always have to compete with new players, but there should be a place where people can learn and still be around a good community. You see the word community dwindling.
Yeah, you want to be able to bring in new blood, because if you're the type of person that you're doing it for the sake of competition, like you like the ego boost that you get from beating somebody, or the rush you get from like, oh, am I going to beat this guy? Oh, he beat me. Oh man, I got to get better so I can beat him back, and get him and get my prestige back. Like that sort of mindset. Assuming you're not like, oh, I'm competing for prizes. Like, I would think that you would want new people to come in so you have more people to play against, right? More opponents, more challenges. So, yeah, somebody comes in, they have no clue what they're doing. You kind of like help them get their bearings so that like down the line, you can say like, hey, I trained that guy, and I'm going to fight him, or now he's going to try to beat me because this was the guy that trained me or whatever. Like I saw that kind of stuff happen in like video games too, and there's nothing that says you have to do that. I think in the end it helps you. Like it helps you because then you have more people that are skilled. Like you see somebody doing something really stupid and you're just like, listen, let me help you out here. Just a tip, don't do that, and you'll like win more often. Like, okay, so now you've raised the level of quality of players around you, and you'll have more competition because that's why you're there. But on the other hand, I could see people that are like, oh, I don't have time for that. I just want to smash people and leave, and that's the only I have time for. Like, I don't know. I feel like
people and leave.
Smash them, smash and grab. Yeah, like I understand that there's people in the world that are like the best at what they do. It's like, oh, this is the best Tetris player. This is the best Street Fighter player. Like, great. But when I see like any hint of like what the time they have to put into it, like if I did that, I wouldn't be having fun. Like, I wouldn't enjoy it. Like, I guess I'd enjoy getting prize money. That would be cool, but like, I like to play a variety of games, and so I gravitate towards the games that you can just pick up and play anytime. It's not like, oh, there's a limited time window, and if I'm not playing this game every day, I might as well just not even play it. Or I gotta just, like, it's a subscription, I gotta keep buying stuff to keep it going. Like, that doesn't appeal to me. I feel like that's the sort of thing that maybe it would grab you for a short period of time. You'd maybe do it for a year, couple years, and then that would be it. Because you just can't maintain it and be good at something else. Like, you've got to be just one game has to be your whole focus. Like, I like HeroQuest a lot, but I like other games too. So, I mean, luckily it's not a competitive tournament type of game. I mean, I guess you could make up some rules to make it that way, but so it's just, it is what it is. But yeah, if I were a Magic player or a Warhammer player or something like that, I think it would grate on my nerves pretty quickly. And I would rather just, yeah, to hang out with like-minded people who were casual, who would kind of help each other out, and not be like, oh, you can't play with us because you're not as advanced as we are. It's like, well, just help the person until they get to that level, if they want to. By the way, shout out to this person whose video I'm playing and not looking at audio. This is Flourishing Music 79. I just picked it because obviously he's flipping the cards around. I thought it was funny at the beginning of our conversation, there was a card he was looking at that said restore peace. It's like, restore peace to the community. But you do, I think the point is, you do have to work to build a community. You have to, it's not enough to just say, hey, we bought the same crap at the store. Like, it's not like you have to, become a family, but you can make friends, or at least just be common courtesy, like, hey, welcome to the game, here's a couple of tips, or here's some pointers, here's a spot so that you can take a crack at it, rather than, oh, you're not cool enough to be part of our group. That seems so petty and so maybe cliquish, something you do when you were like really young, not a grown-up.
Right.
Most of these games, I mean, it's kind of ambiguous. I mean, they probably have a minimum age. Like, what is Magic the Gathering? Is that supposed to be for like teenagers or all ages? What do they say? What do they recommend it for? 13 and up or something?
I think, yeah, it's like, I believe it's 13 and up. Don't quote me on that because I haven't checked in so long. And I started as a teenager, so
you can get a paper
some
cut
people
out
could
of
probably
cards.
so some people could probably start as children. I mean, but I feel like if you're a kid, you're usually like doing like other card games. One oh yeah, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know, Kurgan, but the video that we're streaming here is pretty choppy.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just kind of a visual aid.
Okay. We had somebody notate that we were getting choppy video.
As the gatekeeper, I say, no, I'm kidding.
No.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because I think one of my first memories of going into the FLGS, which I'm like, what the heck is an FLGS? Friendly, or is that the right one? It's like friendly local game store. FLGS. Like, I just call it a game shop. Whatever. My first experience, I was going in there just to buy some dice for my brother because we were just like, oh, we can use dice to like play this game that we were playing. And there was this group of like sweaty guys, and I say sweaty because there was no air conditioning and they were kind of stinky. But yeah, they were just like, hey man, you should play with us. I was like, oh, sorry, I gotta go. But I mean, they were like super like smiling, like, here, here's a chair for you and all this stuff. And it was just like, I have no idea who you are, but I didn't give any indication I was interested, but they're just like, welcome, friend, like kind of thing. I was just like, well, that's cool, But I don't know if they were just short a person or if it was just, hey, it's always more fun to do that. But points for trying, points for being welcoming.
Indeed, very much so.
And maybe after a while, I'd be sitting there. I'd probably be sweaty and stinky too. Be all right. like, hey guys, great game, and let's pick up some speed stick on the way home. Maybe we can get some more people in on this. So if those guys are watching, sorry, just it was a hot summer day, but the spirit was there. It was like, as opposed to just, I mean, they could just like, don't make eye contact. How do I get into this game? Go figure it out yourself.
Right. So, yeah, just to confirm, Taco, that I'm not hearing any echoing come from me or Kurgan. So yeah, you might want to try refreshing, man. Just in case. We'll go ahead and you need to refresh. I'm going to assume that you might need to refresh. So.
And since this is the Rantcast, if I were like a mean person, I'd be like, you should get better internet. But no. I appreciate all the people in here. Oh, Ghost and a Taco. Funny guy. He followed me too, so I appreciate the humor and the support.
Yeah, everybody, thank Ghost and a Taco for finally getting internet.
Yeah,
give him a big clap.
He's part of the community now. See, we're putting our money where our mouth is. We're putting that preaching into action. Building the community. Speaking of communities, I don't know if this is a taboo topic here, but I was the victim of a bunch of bots joined my channel and followed me, and I had to ban them. Is that something that happens to everybody that becomes an affiliate on Twitch, do you think?
I mean, it happened to me before affiliate, but yeah, I don't know. It is annoying. It's very irritating.
Well, and I had people online that were like, "Oh yeah, you got to get this program that'll let you like mass ban and block all these bots because you don't want to get in trouble saying like, oh, I've got these fake views." Like, I'm not trying to inflate my views. I'm trying to legit, not put on any airs or anything. But I was afraid because they said, well, but if you use these programs, you might ban like your real followers. I'm like, oh crap, I wouldn't want to do that to anybody. So I was just like super careful. But no, our communities grow little by little.
Yeah, I think as far as it goes, I think we both did a pretty good job, especially with like being botted. I don't know how that happens or why it happens, but
like hazing.
Happens. Yeah, it's kind of
just like, hey. Well, because I've also heard. I mean, I think I had a little bit of a laugh at my own expense because like I try to go through my chat and like thank everybody that's there, and I think maybe you or somebody else was alerting me. It's like, well, some of those might be bots actually. So I'm just like, I'm thanking Botman 2500 for his support. He's always here. He always says hi to me, and it's like he may just not even be real. So I look like a noob.
He's like, yeah, but, thanks another TTV viewer.
Yeah, good guy. Don't say anything bad.
Yeah, I know him personally. We have lunch.
Well, I also found out that apparently there's people out there that they'll lurk in like hundreds of thousands of channels at a time. It's like, why? Nobody knows why.
That's Chell. Chell likes to lurk.
Yeah.
Here I am talking about Chell.
I'm not trying to like diss on those people, but I mean, I like participation, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, we're talking about community. We're talking about community in Twitch. You could have all kinds of reasons why you come to somebody's channel. Like, I know that there's channels where they will follow people just to support new streamers. That's the only reason. They may not care about your content at all. But still, it's kind of like a cool idea. It's like, all right, you want to encourage people to try it out, people to join. That's awesome. And then you get other people who are like, I don't care about your stream, but I just like having something on in the background.
Indeed.
Or I like the way your voice sounds. I like how you crinkle like the paper next to the microphone. It's like, well, it's kind of weird, but you do you. Or they'll like what I do. Like, I'll sometimes just check out people just to see like, well, how do other people set up their channel, or how do they interact with the chat, or how do they do the lighting?
Right.
Like there's so many different styles and goals. Like I know people they'll just sit and paint like a miniature, and they'll just listen to somebody else talk about the miniature they're painting, and like that's how they do a thing. And maybe they never interact, but they watch and kind of pick up tips. So I'm not gonna get down on people for not participating. But at the same time, it is cool to connect with your viewers, and so I wouldn't shut people out and be like, no, you can't be here unless you're making an ass of yourself.
Kurgan, before we move on to our next topic here, we're gonna go ahead and take a quick BRB. Or let the ad play, and then I'm gonna take a quick BRB, and then we will be right back with our next upcoming topic. So just stand by real quick, and don't go away. And we're back. Thanks everybody for waiting, and welcome back to the Rantcast. Once again, if you're just joining us, my name is Josh. I run the Strange Bus, and I'm here with my co-host, or co-driver, I guess if you could say, and that is Kurgan, also known as HeroQuest Fans. If you haven't heard of him or you need to go check him out, that is at twitch.tv/HeroQuestFans.
Let the hate flow through you.
Yes, real
Not
quick.
really, but
As we go into this, I'm going to play one of my own sound alerts because I just wanted to do it. But for our next topic,
shout out to sound alerts.
Yeah, we've got to do it.
Morgan Catan.
Yes. Morgan Catan. That's if you don't know who that is, that's Jarek from Dark Forces, and I love that line. Just the fact that I'm going to get the actual video here soon enough, but it's so great.
Dead man holds the valley's location. Very intriguing.
So, if you guys aren't aware, you can play channel, or you can use channel points to play sound alerts. I've got a couple sound alerts that you can play. I know I'm going off the honor system here, but the only thing I ask is that you do not abuse them. Please do not abuse them, or they will go up in price, and I will put timers on them. Anyway.
So Strange Bus for Prez. Did he die? I can't hear anything. Oh yeah, we Ghost in the Taco.
Oh yeah, that was probably during
the beginning.
The rerun. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Because I had a rerun plan.
Well,
but
I'm happy to be on the Rantcast. I didn't know if I would have the rage inside me necessary. I didn't know how it was going to go, but so far I'm having a good time. We haven't really had a real conflict yet, like you and I, like disagreeing, but I'm sure that'll come.
I mean, we tend to disagree pretty well. Like, we don't have like a real bad. We don't really have a bad thing. I don't think, I don't think we have a.
You and I aren't done professionally. I mean, we work together, so.
No, yeah, I think that's just fine. So.
And I think that's something that that could be a whole nother rant. It's like ability to disagree like strongly with somebody and
Enough of
be
this
civil with them
charade.
otherwise, you can still be friends and just be like, you're wrong. No. People just can't handle it.
Are you hearing those sound alerts?
I'm seeing the video. I don't think I get to hear the sound alert.
Oh, that's sad. But
what does Dasan say?
that was the perfect one. I forgot I even had that on there. But
Charade.
thanks, Taco. Like, because you were talking about resolving disputes, and all of a sudden, right over you just hear, "Enough of this charade."
Dasan. He thought Kyle Katarn looked more like a bantha herder.
Yes. Run, Catan! Okay. Anyway.
I mean, he's no Shao Kahn, but he's a good guy, and by that I mean a bad guy.
Oh yes, indeed. No sponsors on the Rantcast. I'm gonna keep my beer fogged up.
Yes, beer. It's
Sponsored by beer.
carbonated with
Not really. But
alcohol.
um,
It's got alcohol.
so next on our topic, if you haven't already caught, we are going to be talking about the 3 games that we are the most fond of. And that's going to be Jedi Knight, Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast. I almost had a tongue twister saying that. And then some people say Jedi Knight 3, but I'm just going to go with Star Wars Jedi Academy. And some of the best. I mean, yeah, we can shoehorn Mysteries of the Sith in there. A lot of people hated that, but
those people are wrong.
I'm not too. It's not too shabby. I actually enjoyed Mysteries of the Sith, and I recently did the playthrough on it when we were doing the showcase, the retrospective, and it was really fun. We had a couple people in there that were talking with us while we played, and like I said, the first game that I encountered a Rancor in was in Mysteries of the Sith. So, I mean, had I been that young playing that, I probably would have crapped myself. I'll say that again. So, but yeah, just kind of following up. This topic is going to be covering a lot of things. And if correct me if I'm wrong, Kurgan. This is what we thought of them. Kind of the different aspects. Like, so me and Kurgan are kind of different age groups. When those games came out, he was a lot older than I was. I was pretty much a child at that point. I was with Dark Forces was what, 97, 98? Like Dark Forces 2?
97 October, and then Mysteries of the Sith came out the following February. So I was just starting university. So
the 2 games I remotely remember playing in that time, because this was also the time of Mortal Kombat for me, and my mom really didn't care what I played until she saw it happen. So I remember playing. So I remember playing Alien vs. Predator, there was an old one, I think, at that time.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong. That could have been
totally unbalanced, but a fun game.
That could have been like the 2000 version too. So, and I also remember playing Jedi Knight 2 Dark Forces, or Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight. See, I get those confused. I get tongue tied. I knew I was gonna mess up.
JK.
Yeah.
JK or JK1.
Yeah. So, and a lot of people do that, but I always get confused with the title every once in a while, because I always end up just calling it Dark Forces, and I was like, everybody's like, no, Dark Forces came out before then. And I was like, yes, I know. But, so kind of getting to the point here, the game for me was a fun single-player experience. Like the original Dark Forces, it was a fun, challenging single-player experience. I didn't do too much multiplayer in those games, and I'm learning it all now from the community that does that. My multiplayer mostly came in Jedi Outcast, and then more in Jedi Academy. So, and you're clear to go ahead and post up footage whenever you're ready.
Yeah. We have the different stories on that, but so I had just started university, and so it was the first time I had access to broadband internet, and it was like, wow, everything's so fast, this is awesome, the sky's the limit, you can do anything. So it was so cool. But at the same time, Jedi Knight was fine to play it on a modem. You didn't have to play it on, it was peer-to-peer rather than client server, to use all the technical jargon. So it wasn't like Quake, where people with faster internet connections actually had an advantage over people that didn't. That was kind of cool that way, but at the same time, I just remember, you're trying to fight people, and the guy's teleporting around the map, and you're like, okay, I gotta swing my saber 2 seconds before he actually gets there, and I can kill him. It's funny because I felt like Jedi Knight had such a high learning curve, so it was kind of brutal to start with that game rather than playing Doom or something like that, where you learn how to point and shoot and run around, but it's you got to learn all these force powers and melee and stuff. But when Mysteries of the Sith came out, I tried it out, and it was an expansion for the original game. But it was once I had beaten single player, I kind of felt like I'd mastered basics of Jedi Knight, I just switched over to Mysteries of the Sith, and I just played that for a couple years. And I think after maybe a year or two, I did go back and play some Jedi Knight, but it was mostly like just to challenge certain people. It wasn't. It was just a pick up and play game. But I mean, I can remember just like every night, like getting on. And back then, you didn't have like server browsers and stuff. You had to just exchange IPs. So you'd post your IP address on a forum, which now you'd never do. But back then, you do it, and then you start the game, and you just wait for people to like see it and like join you. Yeah, some people would get killed twice, and then they'd disconnect. But other times, you get in a long game with somebody, and it wasn't the same as like later when I got into Unreal Tournament, where it was like you've got to win the match. Like you keep playing until you win. Whereas with Jedi Knight, it was just like, I'm just trying to have a good time, and if somebody's like just dominating everybody, if I can just like kill that guy a couple of times, I'm doing fine. And I remember starting out with like low level force powers, because I'm like, okay, I got to master the guns and the sabers first, then I can like learn the force powers. Because people would play, like everybody would play dark side, and it was always like everybody was getting gripped and everybody was getting destruction thrown at them. And some people were like, this sucks. Like, the only way to play is without force. And it's got to be saber to saber. That's the only way. But there was nothing in the game that forced you to play that way. Like, there wasn't a sabers only mode. It was more just like common agreement. Like, people would do that.
Like, the server itself would probably be like, hey, this is no force sabers. Or
you could enforce it by saying, obey the rules or I'll kick you. I'll kick you from the game. And people would be like, F you, and then you kick them out. But over time, I think I didn't like Capture the Flag. I was like, I don't like this because it's just too hard. But then when I learned the maps, I got other people that knew how to play, and it's like you'd work together, and it's like, oh, okay, this is why people play team-based games. It's fun. So after a while, I kind of just felt like I can play anything. So if I would jump over to some other first-person shooter, I'd play that. But I would still come back to Jedi Knight because I felt like there's more to do. It isn't just shooting people. You can also duel people. You can also use the Force. And actually, light side I thought was better than dark side because you could like blind people. You could keep yourself alive easier. And there were just ways that you could play that were just unexpected. And it was always funny when somebody would just be like killing everybody, and then you would just get them, and they would get so mad because you screwed up their flow with something unexpected. But I think to this day, there's still people that they have their favorite game type or their favorite map, and that's what they play. And I understand there's nostalgia about it, but I don't know. I don't feel like I can play that way anymore, like much. But when I go back to Mysteries of the Sith, I still realize not everybody played it as much as I did. They don't maybe necessarily have the same nostalgia for it. Like the guys we played on our retrospective, like I felt like, wow, they just totally left me in the dust because I have been playing like totally different ways. And that's okay. I guess a lot of games nowadays, they give you so much content that you can kind of just pick what you want. Like with the wrestling games, like I like to play Elimination Chamber and Backstage Brawl, and I played that almost exclusively. Like, well, why didn't I play, I Quit matches, or why didn't I play more, Extreme Rules or whatever? I mean, I did; they were fun, but like whenever I saw somebody playing one of those other types that I mentioned, like I would go right into it, and I could just play that all day and be happy. I guess when Jedi Outcast came out, kind of like it was kind of a different situation because Mysteries of the Sith and Jedi Knight were together, and you may remember this. Star Wars Episode 1 Obi-Wan was supposed to be like the successor.
I still have it.
There wasn't gonna
I have my my copy still. Yep.
And I played it thanks to you, and it's like I remember going like the only time I went to E3, they were showing it off, and it was at that time it was still a PC game, and they were talking about a lot of features that never made it into the game. But they're like, oh yeah, it's going to have like, objective-based multiplayer, and it's going to be great. You can be a dark side, guy, and you could be Darth Maul and all this stuff. And it was like, man, it's too bad that didn't happen. But so because Obi-Wan ended up being scaled back quite a bit and was an Xbox exclusive instead of a PC game, like a lot of people just went back to playing Jedi Knight and Mysteries of the Sith, making Episode 1 mods for those games. So even though it was a small community, it was kind of like, you want to play a Star Wars game online and swing a lightsaber around? Well, this is how you do it. And you can, use all those Episode 1 characters if you want.
Because, okay, so for anybody listening here, put yourself in the mindset of, like, it's 1997, okay? Think of the Star Wars content that was around in 1997, and if you can't think of it, let me put it in perspective for you. Right now, the N64, the PlayStation were out at the time. We didn't have a very huge array of games, and Star Wars was still kind of that commodity that was books, comics, and the original trilogy. The remasters came out in the theater around that time, and that was it.
Special edition.
And I don't even know if they were still talking about rumors of Episode 1 in 97 during the release. It was more like the year after. So you were kind of thinking...
sorry to interrupt.
No, you're okay.
Yeah.
You were
the
more,
Episode 1 Insider's Guide was 1998.
Yeah. So you were more thinking like I want a game, because like you already had plenty. You already had your kind of fix of smuggler and flight sims, because we had plenty of flight sims on PC. Yeah. You had X-Wing TIE Fighter. X-Wing versus TIE Fighter had come out. X-Wing Alliance was on its way, I believe, next year. And then you had...
X-Wing versus TIE Fighter was 98, I think.
Was it?
But I mean,
I thought X-Wing Alliance was 98.
Well, okay.
X-Wing versus TIE Fighter,
I'll leave that to you.
been...
I know you play those games a lot. Like, I didn't... In my head, I was like, I don't like flight sims, but I like first-person shooters. I like action games. So yeah, it was either you play this, or shortly after Shadows of the Empire, or you would play like Super Star Wars or something like that.
So
or one of the arcade games.
To lay it down,
Yeah.
You didn't have a lot of games back then, because like right now we're oversaturated with a lot of Jedi heroes and Sith heroes and stuff. Back then there was barely any that were put into video game form. So, or ones that you weren't fighting, because there was probably a game where you were fighting a Jedi or fighting a Sith of some sort. But like, we also didn't have an abundance of Star Wars in practical media back then either. So,
it was you did have the Star Wars RPG, but I'm
talking about like video game form, man. If you're 8 years old and your uncle comes over and says, "Hey, come play the Star Wars RPG," I'm gonna be like, "No, that's lame. I want to sit and play a video game.
I want pictures, I want sound effects, I want, if it doesn't have plastic models, I'm not interested."
Yeah, because back then, for me, those models were like toys, and every time my uncle or relatives would take me over to like do anything Star Wars related, I'd start busting out their collector's figures, and they would be like, "No, we're not having this, you gotta go home." And like...
Yeah, you can't touch these.
Yeah.
These are models.
So it was kind of like one of those things where the imagination was what you had still, kind of. I mean, you had like I said, you had comics, you had books. So this was the rare commodity. Like, you had a character that was mostly like blaster oriented, and then was able to pick up a saber and just go with it. There wasn't like any like vast
skip ahead on this guy's video here.
There wasn't any vast like saber. Star Wars on Atari as an 8-year-old. Oh, yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm more just putting in the perspective of like the 90s, but like, yes, like the original Star Wars left a lot to the imagination.
Well, here's the thing though. So the Atari 2600, people make fun of it now, but at the time it was like, if you wanted to play a game at home, before the NES came out, this was how you did it.
Yeah.
And everybody knew the graphics sucked, but the point was you could play it at home. But yeah, the Star Wars arcade game in the arcades had the vector-based 3D graphics, was groundbreaking when it came out. Oh, yeah. And it was a hard game, too. I mean, you could, I blew up the Death Star, awesome. But now you got to do it again, but it's like way harder.
Oh, indeed. Yeah.
And then you had, the Empire Strikes Back game, which I never saw back in the day. I mean, thanks to emulators, you know, everybody can play it now. But you're in the Millennium Falcon, you're dodging the asteroids. And then the Return of the Jedi game and all that.
Yeah, there's the also Atari, the original ones that had like the it was just you taking down
there were
AT-ATs. And there was the Ewok Adventure that never came out, I don't think. Or did it come out?
I'm trying to remember.
But I mean, anyway, just before I lose track.
Oh, well. I just have to say this one thing. Okay, Jedi Arena on the Atari 2600
Oh,
VCS.
man.
You had the two stick figure Jedi, and then you had like a remote that would move back and forth, and you'd use the Force, meaning you were just like, it was a tug of war with your joysticks, and the remote would like go towards the other guy and shoot him with Force lightning, and you had like a little shield, and you could like block the lightning with your lightsaber. It was really weird, but like that's the type of game that you had. You had that, and you had one where you're shooting the walkers. And there's one where you were like flying through the Death Star shield with the Falcon, and yeah.
So yeah, once again, lots to the imagination, and you know, so
Blew me away. Came out.
Kind of putting it into perspective, a game where you could free roam in an environment like this with a lightsaber, with multiple weapons, was great. Especially since the fact that, like, you know, you had the original Dark Forces, which was kind of like this, but more like it was similar to like Doom, and I would kind of more put it towards Doom. I was gonna say like something like Quake, but this is more like Quake than Doom.
Yeah.
So like,
well, you had Force powers now.
Yeah.
Whereas Dark Forces, it was more like kill the guys, solve the puzzle.
Yeah.
That's the game.
And it was, but even then, so like, I mean, like, to me around that time, and like this is where I think the rant cast gets a little thick, is to me around that time Star Wars was probably at its peak, and LucasArts was making groundbreaking stuff. I mean, like, you could say, you know, there might be a couple games before then, but like, you know, you had really good flight sims for Star Wars. You had pretty much a genre for just about anything except for the fact that you didn't have a lightsaber combat game that was super immersive until now. And then when Outcast came out, you had something even better, at least in my opinion, because, you know, the prequels had started to come into effect, and, you know, every 10-year-old around that time, because, you know, nowadays we're kind of you know, dissing the sequels a little bit, and the kids are kind of enjoying it more than the adults. Like I said, that's in perspective.
What your expectations are.
Yeah, like, depending on what your expectations are, but I'm going off like the numbers there. So
Can I say one thing though? I
Sure.
mean, yeah, you can say it's all a matter of perspective and numbers. You can say Star Wars is more popular than it's ever been. So does that mean everything is better now?
No.
Well,
I mean,
we're
like,
talking about
it's more popular. I would say it was very popular then.
Jedi Knight had a lot less. What I call Jedi Knight, Dark Forces 2, has had a lot less competition as far as what it was doing.
Yeah.
Like when I played it, people were comparing this to Quake 2. Like Quake 2 had more advanced graphics than this. And we all were like, well, that's because the game was delayed for a year. But the gameplay, I mean, if you play Quake 2 and you play this, like, there's no comparison. Yeah, Quake 2 has the Quake name, but the multiplayer is really basic. I mean, you blow people up with the rocket launcher, you get the railgun, you blow people up with that. Maybe you rocket jump a couple of times, but that's about it. There's like nothing else to it, unless you're playing with mods.
Right. So
whereas with Jedi Knight, I mean, you've got all the Force to contend with, you got the lightsaber, and the regular gunplay is pretty fun. So even though the graphics are less advanced, but yeah, compared to other Star Wars games, okay, yeah, you're not flying an X-wing, but this is good. Like, I think it still holds up.
So, like I was saying,
at the time, it was
there was a flavor for everything back in that time, and when Jedi Outcast came out, it was, to me, it improved on that genre, because it was appealing. Well, I think it was appealing to adults and kids until, like I said, we'll get further into that. But until we had like certain updates, and you had like we go back to like the version wars, right? But the big thing here is that it was a groundbreaking title. And this was the start of it. You had a character that was kind of multi-talented.
Like look at him swimming through all this water. Like, that was kind of a new thing back then for FPS. You
didn't have people worrying about whether the sound effects were recycled or some textures were reused, which they were. A lot of things were taken from either Shadows of the Empire or some other games.
Shadows of the Empire came out later, though.
Did it? For Dark Forces?
Yeah.
Okay, well then vice versa. Like I said, man, and the same thing for the original Dark Forces, right? They had to import certain
a lot of that, it
things.
was like these are the Star Wars sounds. Like, everybody knows what a TIE fighter sounds like. Everybody knows what a lightsaber sounds like. So the fact that they were recycling the sounds, I mean, the franchise kind of protected them, I think, from that. Yeah, otherwise you'd just be like, oh, that's just the same walking sound, or that's the same gun clicking sound that's in every game, and
But
that's boring.
it didn't matter then. Like, you could hear the dash jump. I call it the dash jump, where it's like, and like it was in the original Dark Forces, and I didn't know that back then. But it's something that, like, it doesn't derive from the experience, and that's
the Wilhelm scream in. Sorry, is the Wilhelm scream in the original Dark Forces? I want to say it is, but I
can't remember.
Don't know.
But
I know like when you fall off a cliff, that's in there, and that's in like so many movies.
But that's the big thing, is the fact that, like, you know, these people had some development hell, but you don't hear a story of like what happened to these games, because these games still deliver, and you can pick up
the Switch, dude. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Well, you can still pick up like Dark Forces and have a good time. You pick up Dark Forces 2 and have a good time. Hell, Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy now are on 6 different platforms, counting current consoles, and they're still a good time. And KOTOR is now being remade. Plus, it's original. Yeah, and it's still getting ported by Aspyr. You know, God bless their soul, because, you know, they're making the new one, and they're porting the first and second game to the Switch. And so, I mean, it's...
Wish we could play the music. The music is so good.
I mean,
and it's
play
just
the
taken
original
from,
if you want. It's not... But
it's from the Star Wars movies, but, I mean, like, I just love that soundtrack, and it just went so well with the game. Like, yeah, you have an impression of what Star Wars is, and yeah, you had Heir to the Empire, you had Dark Empire, you had a few things happening.
Yes.
It was okay for them to tell their own story, and it still felt like Star Wars. It wasn't just like, well, wait a minute, where's Luke? Where's Chewbacca? Oh, it's not Star Wars.
Yeah, and you didn't have people like hair picking through your shit. Like, that's another thing, you know.
Yeah, because you'd say, like, when you use the well-established characters, you run the risk that they say, well, Lando would never do that. You know, what is this all about?
But hey, wait a second.
People want to play.
What is Lando's sexual orientation? Because it's been mentioned many different times, and like, I need to know what that is.
Heard about him is true.
Like, yeah, well, see,
it's
whatever you want it to be. Like, to me, like, I think somebody brought that up to me in a discussion, and I was like, hey, it's whatever you want it to be. It's Star Wars.
They asked Billy D. Williams, and he said something that made everybody think, like, oh wow, he's sexually fluid, and then later he's like, wait a minute, sexually fluid? What are you talking about? I don't know how.
I think he just said sure. Like, somebody like asked him, and he was like, yes.
In the philosophical sense, I'm in touch with my feminine side. And they're like, oh, yeah. But I mean, he was just sitting down for an interview. He was like, what are you guys talking about?
Not that I'm like against any of that stuff. It's more the fact that, like, I think people get too in depth with a character, and it's not stated, it's like, and they're like, well, what is it? And I'm like, well, does it? Do you need to know? Does it need to be told for you? Yeah. I mean, just say it. It's your universe. That's what Star Wars has been. It's your universe, and that's what it was to me.
People, I think there's all this philosophy of immersion. Like, some people say, like, well, I got to be able to see myself in this character, and my thought is, why? Why can't you just say I'm playing Kyle Katarn? You know. And I mean, okay, he's kind of a generic guy. He does have a story that unfolds, but...
Dude, he's a jack of all trades, and he's a brilliant character. You watch your mouth here,
but I mean,
sir.
What if I'm just like, I'm a pacifist. I think we should, like, negotiate everything, and he's just running around shooting people. That's, you know, I can't get in... But I'm playing a video game.
Exactly.
And in the video game, you shoot
Byler with the golden word right here is, it has no bearing on the story, then it doesn't matter. Make it whatever you want it to be, and that's where I'm going at here.
Make a mod where you play as yourself and enjoy it.
Yeah, but like,
I like the fact that in Jedi Outcast you could customize your character, but at the same time it was like, you can be like, what, 5 different species or something, and that's it.
2 or 3. It wasn't that expansive. But like, it didn't matter to me. I always picked humans. So
yeah, I always wanted to be aliens in the games. Like, when I was a kid, it was like alien, robot, whatever.
That's the cool thing about it, though, is the fact that, like, if it's not stated, like he said, if it's not stated, then you're playing the game. Nobody else is playing the game but you. Just say it. Like, to me, Kyle could be a guy who's had 30 years of bad luck. I mean, he didn't really, but, like, to me, that's what it is. I mean, and then, like, I read the books, and I was like, oh, it kind of fleshes it out there. Now I have something to put in there myself. But, like, until then, just fill it out. It's your imagination.
Yeah.
Something that's lacking.
Yeah, and video games, I mean, it's a different animal when you've got, like a board game. Like HeroQuest, where it's just, you're the barbarian. Who the heck is that? They encourage you to give him a name, but there's no other development.
You draw him out.
So you say, okay, he is the son of the chieftain, and he's trying to, rise through the barbarian ranks and become, this great guy. Like, if you want, or he could just be some mercenary.
Dude, the Strangest Bus is a drunk barbarian all the time.
Treasure and fight. That's what he wants to do. He wants treasure and fight.
PSK. That's PSK.
PSK.
No, my guy drinks just way too much.
He'll be back. Yeah, it's like he's going like day. He's partying, with all the townspeople, and then he's trying to have an adventure, and he's like falling over himself.
Yeah, he's that guy that like comes in. They're like, okay, the barbarian needs to bust down the door. Hey, Strangest Bus, come on in. He's like, all right, I got this. And like he goes in there, and he's like only at 50%. And he goes to bash down the door, and the door doesn't give, and he falls over. And they're like, you were drinking last night, weren't you? And he's like, yeah, that ale was so good.
So good, yeah. He's Kurt Russell from Big Trouble in Little China. He's like, he gets knocked out at the start of the fight, and then he runs in, and he's like ready to go. He's like, ah! And like he looks around, and everybody's dead already, and he's like,
oh,
darn it,
I missed the party.
Yeah, but yeah, you just roll with it. Like, I think that kind of, I don't know if that's metagaming or what that is, but like when I played the WWE 2K games on Xbox Live, I was not a great player. I had people that trained me. They're like, oh, here's how you reverse a move, like most basic thing you got to learn. And I was like, cool. Now I can actually like take people on, because before I'm just like getting crushed by everything. Randy Orton was such a popular wrestler. Like every third person I faced would play as Randy Orton. And it was funny because in my head, I was like, I hate this guy. Like he's got it out for me. You're like, he's following me. Like I got to take him down. Because the people would play in a similar way too. They would always spam his taunts that he does, where like he flails his arms around and he like pounds on the ground and like comes to do the RKO on you. And I was just like, ah. So I'd be playing a game, like there's a bunch of people in the ring, and of course you got to beat each other up. But some innocent little kid that just got the game, as for his birthday or something, and he's like, oh, Randy Orton is cool, I get to be Randy Orton. And then like I just like charge for him and like just start just like beating the heck out of him, and he's like, I don't like this game. But all because everybody's Randy Orton, and I don't know, it was just funny. But it's like, I don't know, I just chose to go with that. And so it's like you create a game within a game. So yeah, you're playing Jedi Knight, you decide, hey, I want to have a purple lightsaber, and I want to be this particular type of character, and I'm going to ham it up as I'm playing. And yeah, there was other weird stuff I did in WWE. I know I'm jumping back and forth between games here, but like I'd never won a cage match or an elimination chamber, which is also in a cage. And so I'd always play as like the Undertaker, but you could change the color of your outfit. So he had like his biker outfit, if you remember that from the American Badass.
Yeah,
that was a certain era of WWE. But I made his outfit completely orange, so it looked like he was a prisoner. So it's like he's in the cage and he can't bust out. Like he's just stuck there.
So just to reiterate, we are, and not to cut you off, because we've got a lot to talk about. So this is probably going to get mentioned again. But yeah, you use your imagination, and like I said, when Outcast came out, it was good. And then like just to kind of finalize, because we've got an ad coming up here not too long. But to kind of reiterate, Academy then came out later on. And so, Academy was to me was good, but because you introduced multi lightsabers, you introduced, I think they brought back Foreseeing, and then there was like some new maps that I utilized, and I got a lot of playtime out of Academy. So, but to kind of cover things a little bit quickly here, between Outcast and Academy were kind of my big multiplayer days, and I did remember fondly the version differences that people would talk about that I didn't really care for because I was too young to even like kind of give a crap. But hold on here. Yeah, okay. So because I didn't like really give a crap, but as I got older, I noticed those differences, like the ones between the original version and 1.4, I think. So this is where I kind of bring back like gatekeeping and kind of like the crappy environment that Outcast slowly became. So because people started, like, you had clans, you had people who were like, fight me if you want to join the clan, you want to be a super badass, and you're like, okay. And then
not to interrupt, but are you seeing this video that I'm playing while you're talking?
Yeah, I'm seeing it. It's on the Rantcast feed right now.
Preach on, brother. Yep.
But it gave that similar feel to Dark Forces 2, but had the fresh flavor of Jedi Outcast. And then what really showed people's true colors was the game got updated. And Kurgan will explain more in detail, I think, a little bit more after the ad, because I think my rant's going to go a little bit further into
privileged you special people.
But
we love you.
For those of you who did not play this game at release and go into multiplayer, you are very lucky, because you got in not knowing anything about the original. Like, I forgot. I recently played with during our retrospective with a couple of veterans, and including Kurgan, by the way, and we went into a server that was like somebody was like modified to the original version while we were not.
Name is Chad.
Dude's name was Chad, and we started just trolling his name because the guy was super overpowered and was doing something. There was some sort of suspect activity.
So
yeah, he was talking trash.
Guy that we were picking on. So just to be fair.
So yeah, I mean, we were just trolling to troll. But anyway, the big thing here was he was at the original version where a lot of your saber attacks were stronger going in and out. That backstab was fucking horrendously overpowered. I mean, I'm neutral when it comes to this because I'm not.
I have so much to say on this.
and you will get your turn. Just
of course.
Hold on, and
but
I will let you unleash
the dark
side.
You are more of a Jedi Outcast player than I am, so
yeah.
You deserve to.
Okay, so I was in a clan. I was in a very small clan. There were two of them I was in. One was called, I think it was like Mandalorian Raiders or something like that, and then there was like it was like Outpost Jedi, like HQC or NQC or something like that. They were like a website clan, so they had their own website. They like promoted stuff for the game, and I was like somebody who went under them to learn more about the game because they were welcoming new players. And I learned how to play the game a little bit more fairly than other people did because the people that were in that clan, I spent a lot of time in that clan for a long period of time before they were kind of like shut down, I think. And they shut down pretty early, like around Academy days. So
Academy came out a year after Jedi Outcast.
So like that, now you know the lifespan. So
kind of like Jedi Knight, Mysteries of the Sith. Of course, that was like just a couple of months. At least that was an expansion. This was a sequel. I went under one of my old friends' handles because my uncle used this account when I first got on, and I went under the name. So it was Dark Poetic Mouse, and I was on the game. I think they were GameSpy servers at the time, and so yeah. That was also around the time when people were like fearful of internet predators. So anytime they recognized you were a kid, you were either getting trolled
or they weren't taking you seriously. So I had to kind of like try super hard to get
I just
into
acknowledge.
it.
I just want to acknowledge Ghost in the Taco did make a reference to
Oh, yeah.
Randy Orton's entrance music. And if you'll just, I just need to locate Ghost in the Taco so I can give him a couple of super kicks, slam him into a car, throw him into a dumpster, throw him through a plate glass window in a game, mind you, because never threaten a person online, because that's what I would do. I'd like fly into a rage. It's like, it's Randy Orton, gotta get him. Anyway, you were saying, yeah, clans. I was so tempted to say, what was it, Mandalorian Raiders? I was tempted to say, oh yeah, I heard those guys sucked, because
they probably weren't.
It was
great.
always.
I didn't stay with them for very long.
It didn't matter though. It didn't matter if your clan was big or small, good or bad. It was always like, you guys are trash, my clan's better. There was always that, like, trash talking mentality. I remember in the game. But anyway, please continue.
The clans that I was with were more like they were like, oh, so we recognize that you're fairly new, and so they're like, we'll teach you how to do these tricks and this trick. And like when I was never with them, it was kind of like a hellish landscape. I had to learn the hard way because, like I said, I also talked like a 10-year-old in chat. I didn't know any of the lingos, nothing when I first started playing this game. And you could easily smell the kid vibes. But I was very eager to learn. As you, like, for me, that's typical. What kind of made this game get toxic was as you got into the later versions. You know, they started changing the versions, and then I started getting better, and other people started getting worse. And then they would blame the version, or they would be like, "Oh, this sucks," and then we started getting into like the exploits because. As you could tell kind of from the video, things kind of changed a little bit. Like, as far as contact NPCs and or other players.
What you're seeing right now is 1.02a. I made a point of putting there because, yeah, when we played against Chad, like, they were using a mod where you could choose what version of the game you were using in the game. So when people first joined, they didn't realize that they were playing with the nerfed settings, whereas he was playing with the old settings, which were much stronger. And so until he realized that, it was like, oh man, why is this guy like trashing everybody? It's like, oh, he's being sneaky, and started trolling him.
Indeed.
Yeah, you can see they slowed down the gameplay. Of course, using Quake 3 engine, better graphics, so they are updating the Jedi game because it's been several years. So 98 to 2002. Academy came in 2003, and it's like, yeah, I quit playing the game online. I only played it for like 3 or 4 months.
I played it forever.
And then so you got to see when they went from the 1.02, which was the original release.
I saw the gatekeeping. I saw the intense gatekeeping. I'm gonna cut you off here because we're about ready for the ad, and I don't want you to cut off. So
yeah. Sorry.
No, just to finalize here, because after the ad you can go to town. But the gatekeeping was probably about the year or two after. And like I said, even one of our friends, Triv, even explains, like, I guess it started getting to the point where, like, once they started getting a hold of the game engine and stuff like that, it was bad. But that's later. That's much later. But like, they'd start restricting clan invites, or they were like, you have to beat me like 3 or 4 times to get into the clan. And I would say, like, yeah, you can go fuck yourself, because I'm not doing that. Or like they would say, like, are you an experienced player? If you're an experienced player, you can do this move in 1 shot, and then after that you can fight me. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that, dude. You either let me into your clan, or I'll fight you, and if I can beat you, then you can let me into your clan and I can prove it in a match. And so, it was kind of like that. But anyway, we'll get more into this here. We're going to take a quick BRB, and we'll get more into Outcast and Academy, and then we'll move to our next subject. But we're going to let the ad play here, and we'll be right back. Don't go away. And we're back. And we're continuing our current topic here on pretty much Dark Forces to Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy, what this meant to us, and what it means going forward, our opinions and our experiences. I'm going to go ahead and see if Kurgan has anything to output on here, because I kind of got into a big rant here on the Rantcast. If you're just joining us here, my co-host here, I am Josh. I kind of work with the Strange Bus here on this channel, and I am co-hosted by my friend Kurgan, also known as HeroQuest Fans. If you haven't checked out his channel yet, you can go ahead and check that out here at twitch.tv/HeroQuestFans.
Yes. I will strike down at you with great vengeance and fearful anger. Oh, sorry. I mean, yeah. So I've really enjoyed this Rantcast so far, the very first one. Strange Bus, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
We've been talking about all kinds of stuff, and as usual, I'm all over the place. So one thing that I wanted to say is, so I remember playing Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 from day one. As soon as that game came out, I'm going to say a friend of mine just copied it and said, here, try this game. And I'm like, what's so big about this? And he's like, duh, you can use the Force and there's a lightsaber. And I was like, whoa. And he showed me, oh yeah, you've got a 3D accelerated video card. You just change the settings and oh, look, it looks so much better. And hey, you've got a broadband internet connection. Guess what?
Run,
You can play with
Catan!
people. There's no lag. And it's awesome. So that was kind of my introduction to online gaming. So I had all that kind of thing going. Before that, it was like, what, you hook up your modem and try to play Doom with, your little brother or something, and then your mom gets on the phone and you hear her voice coming through the speakers. Yeah, so Jedi Knight was great. But, I mean, I lived through it. Like, I played the game at least for a good year. And then Mysteries of the Sith, I mean, I played it off and on. You play the single player, then you get into multiplayer and mods, editing. And so I played Mysteries of the Sith for at least 2 years. And I kind of went back to Jedi Knight, and it was like back and forth. But like 3.5 years of just those games, more or less. Yeah, I'd play like arcade games and stuff like that. But if I was going to play online competitively, it was always Jedi Knight, Mysteries of the Sith. But then when Jedi Outcast came out, so 2002, like I pretty much dropped Jedi Knight and Mysteries of the Sith. And I was like, okay, I understand it's been years. The new game's come out. It's the Quake 3 engine. They've slowed the gameplay down. They've added so much complexity to the lightsaber combat. So rather than having like 5 different swings, and mostly, I mean, let's be honest, most people just use the big swing, the secondary fire. Like you had the 3 different styles, and you had all this special moves and everything. And so that's when you got kind of a divide. Like I already knew there was a divide in the community. There was people who wanted to saber duel, and that's all they wanted to do. And then there was people who wanted to just fight every other way. So it was like, I think 3 months before the first patch came out, 1.03, started 1.02a. Oh yeah, and let me just get that video going again. This is 1.02. And honestly, like the lightsaber was awesome. Like I loved it because you could, in Jedi Knight, yeah, it was more of a desperation weapon. You'd like whip it out and you could block stuff and you try to run up to somebody and get a quick kill, the double swing. But for the most part, you were better off with like the concussion rifle, the rail detonator, or mines. I love the sequencer charges. I love placing mines, and when people get mad, I would just put more mines. Like that was how my mind worked. And when you were playing Capture the Flag, yeah, if you're defending the base, you whip out the lightsaber, you could kill somebody. It wasn't sabers only. You probably wouldn't want to pull the lightsaber out. If you were a Dark Jedi, you'd get all your weapons pulled away, and you'd only have your saber. By Outcast, they really made it so that if you wanted to play that style of like, I'm just going to use sabers and force, nothing else, you could do that. Like you could survive, because the lightsaber was so powerful. But I heard rumblings of, okay, this patch is coming out, and the patch is going to make the multiplayer saber combat more like single player, because at that point it was like single player and multiplayer were almost like 2 separate games. Like the physics were different, the damage values were different, the animations were different.
Really loose. Like, not to catch up, but it did. Like, because, yeah, I remember, like I said, like, so it was 02 when Outcast came out. I was 10 years old. I gotten a copy for my for my 10th birthday, and or maybe a little bit after. I can't remember exactly when it released, but it was a birthday present. I remember that because my uncle handed me a burned copy and said, "You can't play mine. I want you messing with the disc. So here's a burned copy."
Well, I got an official copy from LucasArts because I was considered a reporter at the time, so not a big deal.
Oh,
but
oops.
I will say that when the first patch came out, and it wasn't because of the patch. I was walking away from the game because in my personal life, in school and everything, I told myself I was too busy to play games. That's what I told myself. So I missed initial controversy with the patches. Whereas, from what I hear, you actually played and experienced the changes in the community between 1.02 and 1.03 and 04.
Yeah, so I experienced them. I didn't experience all the changes, and I want to keep viewers in mind. I didn't care at the time. This game was so great to me because it was the fact that it was one of the few games which you could hold a lightsaber and wield the Force and do automatic blocking, and it even had mod support, a little bit of mod support at the time. That, like, all this crap with I ended up getting out of the multiplayer more and more as time went on, because to me the fun was making your own story or grabbing stories that other people had made in mods. Like, as soon as I started modding and making mods, I was pretty much done. But like,
well, that's more than I did. I don't think I did any modding really from this game.
Yeah, so like, I remember because I had my Xbox, and the first time I'd had this, it was for PC. Then I got a copy on Xbox. Because
it was on Xbox.
Yeah, because my mom had the good computer, and at that time it was a Pentium 3 or a Pentium 4. I think it was a Pentium 4 at the time, and so
no, it's a little choppy.
We were always we were always given the I was always given the hand-me-downs. So I built a Pentium 1 when I was 7 years old. Built it from the ground up. Gateway mailed the parts over, and I built it from the ground up. Then I got my Pentium 2 from my mother, because when my mother got the Pentium 3 model, because she was always buying computers at the time, I had gotten that one to play my X-Wing Alliance game on at, like, I don't know, 10 frames a second, because the game had a hard time with I think I didn't have enough RAM at the time. It was not a matter of GPU or CPU, it was RAM. So
we started out with 486, so that's how we were.
So yeah,
but I mean, college computers, it was like probably Pentium 1.
Yeah, so the Pentium, I had the Pentium 3 at the time, and the Pentium 3 had a very hard time running Jedi Outcast. We had a GPU in there. I think it wasn't a Voodoo card. It was a GeForce. I can't remember if it was a 6200 or something. It was not. It was pretty much the last thing that card can have. I don't know if it was AGP compatible or not, but I don't want to get into really hardware specific. I remember that my mom got it for that computer, and like, it had a hard time. Yeah, so so I started my Outcast initial experience at low frame rates, because I wanted to play on medium quality, because playing this game on low quality, you got pointy noses, and I could not handle the boxy anything. So I played it on medium on PC, and then I went to Xbox after that. The Xbox community was kind of crappy. I didn't have Xbox Live for long, so I went back to PC, and I played the single player on Xbox. And then when they went through the changes, you just started noticing it was kind of like a big divide between the servers, right? So a lot less welcoming people, more of...
Talk about gatekeeping.
Yeah.
This was hardcore gatekeeping. Like,
Outcast was very toxic. Very toxic.
To create my own server, because I couldn't just pick a server and start playing. Like, I would just get kicked right away because it's like, oh, I didn't read the rules, or I didn't realize I had to be in a clan.
Yeah, oh yeah. It was either that or it's the fact that like a lot of them are password protected after I think 1.02.
Yeah,
I
you just
think
couldn't find a game
because like a lot of them were like trying to mod the game back to the original version, and if you got some like, well, they said if you get like some asshole comes in with like the new version, he's gonna complain or some shit like that. So a lot of them were like password protected. And I think that's another reason why I left my original clan was because, like, they got really fucking upset at the new changes. Like,
I'm glad I missed that,
unimaginably
to be
upset.
honest.
To the point to where they were modding. Like, they were modding the game. If you didn't have these mods, you're not welcome.
And the way they did the mods, do you remember the admin mods where... like there would be somebody that would be like standing in the center of the room, and he would just like be like invincible, and he could like slap people around.
Yeah, so that leads me to that story. That was the next story I had. Was Mandalorian Raiders had a because I was always talking about how I had that vague memory of the Bespin Arena duel, and I hope you go back to that in this video. But they had the platform in Bespin Streets, and I don't know, a good 70% of people that use this map used that platform for dueling. And you would go in and, like I said, Mandalorian Raiders had a roleplay server and a regular server that they would use. And they would go and if you'd enter the roleplay server, they would have like certain sections of Bespin Streets locked off for leveling. If you went into their regular Bespin Streets map, it was certain places are held for dueling and certain places are held for free-for-all. So this map wasn't exactly big, and that area that you're looking at right now was the only place they allowed free-for-all for a good chunk of time. The place to your right, I think, was held for duels, and the platform was held for duels. And then they'd start the other sections were like the walkways and stuff were meant for chatting, or like they would do teams, and they really tried to micromanage it when this game isn't really micromanageable. So
it's a first-person shooter, and people, I mean, it's a cool idea in I guess in the broader picture. It's like, hey, maybe you just want to chat with your friends, or maybe you just want to like some BS Star Wars story that you made up. But I came there because I wanted to like blast people around and like cut them in half with my lightsaber, like let off some steam. Like that's why I came to play. And so I had no time for that kind of stuff. But I know some people, like, they had the most fun. They had the time of their lives playing that way.
Oh, and by the way,
you had this
you wrote that down. It's they wrote their Raiders name like all 2000s, like, so it was like Ray as in RAY
ASCII
DERZ, like Lead. Raiders. Like they tried to be cool.
Oh, that lead speak. Yeah, it's like you had to get out the Charm app in Windows and like. Yeah, you had to use all these different ASCII characters that looked kind of like the alphabet, and it was like impossible to type it. It's funny because in the original, so in Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight, and Mysteries of the Sith, people would give themselves complicated names like that because when you wanted to kick somebody, you actually had to type their name. So they could be like cheating. Oh man, the game, it was so easy to mod that game, but there was so much cheating. The WWE games, a lot of cheating. So somebody came up with a program, last thing I'll say, somebody came up with a program called Kicker Helper, which would rename the person to just a number so you could kick them. Because otherwise you're like, how do I type their name? They're wrecking havoc all over the map.
Yeah,
I guess.
So I mean, just to finalize there, like speaking of like the roleplay servers and stuff, they would also host duels on that platform, and they would have dudes that were like, I don't really know how else to put it. They would have their hands crossed, and the saber would be ignited, and they wouldn't say anything or do anything. And I walked up to one of them and was like, "How do you do that? Like, can you teach me?" Because I didn't know about mods the first time I came in, and like one of them turned to me and just killed me.
Yeah, well,
and like, and then I got banned, and then I was like, "Yeah, I'm out. I'm out of the clan." So like, I'm not gonna talk. I'm not talking to them anymore because I think somebody like tried to talk to me from there and wanted to duel, and I was like, "Yeah, like, well, I can't because like
bad experience."
Yeah, one of those assholes like banned me for being ignorant in something. So I
That's what we call a bad customer experience. Because honestly, those mods that you're talking about, those admin mods, they were really, really tiny. And so most people played the game where it like auto downloads. I mean, if you're downloading a map in the Quake 3 engine because it takes forever. Unreal Tournament had a much better system. It would put it on a website. But anyway, these admin mods were small, so they would just download like super quick in the background. And half the time you didn't even know that you had the mod. And you were maybe this is their first time playing, and you see a server and you think, oh, this is just how the game is played, and there's all this weird stuff going on, and you're like, what the hell, Yeah, you got guys that can just like kill you by just typing a command, or they can take away your force powers. They could just like teleport you around the map. It was just because there was nothing that prevented people from abusing it, and so like I would, for a while when I realized what was going on, I was like, okay, I want to avoid these places because you talk about toxic. I mean, what does that mean? Well, there you go.
Yeah, like it was just the fact that like I don't know, like I said, I kind of have a bias as well because I was also like 10, 11 years old, right? So I probably didn't come off as the most helpful person in the world, but there were probably some times when I was pretty annoying to some people, but there was also a lot of the time when they didn't really help you. You were expected to know it, or you weren't part of the clan, and like
people had no patience.
Yeah, there was no patience. Like, and then like I said, there were some clans that would sit in the front of this arena here that he's playing at, and they would say, here's your pretty much your tutorial or your introduction or whatever, like if you're at your job, here's your like this, we're gonna train you, like pretty much, and they would train you to play the game. After a while, I was like, this is fucking ridiculous, because like I don't want to be trained. I just want you to tell, like, just like be like, hey, look, man, I've got this script that you can use. Yeah, or like, hey, you want to do a couple practice duels? Let's do a couple of practice duels. Not like this is how you do the 360 slash in strong mode, or like your strong stance. You need to do it this way and time it this way, and like, come on, man, just like tell me that this is what you're doing, and then I'll practice it with you in a duel. Like,
yeah, they weren't necessarily good teachers.
It was. I think it was also the fact that a lot. I don't know. This is just personal part of the Rantcast, but like I feel like some of them really didn't have any life, so they were just like, it gave them some sort of special feeling to tutor people online, and it got a little bit overbearing. So, I mean,
one thing that made it a little bit forgivable for me was the idea that, okay, in Star Wars there is this kind of lore of, the Jedi Master and his student. And some people got into that. Like, I liked the fact in Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight and Mistress of the Sith, when you crouch, you actually look like you're genuflecting. You're like you're kneeling. You're like, yes, Master. So, like, we had so much fun just doing that randomly. And in this game, it looks like you're just squatting. So people would say, oh, you need to bow before a duel, or it's not a legit duel. But it looks like you're squatting. So it's like, it's so weird.
Like, here, let me rip this fart real quick. Like,
just like, oh, okay, now I'm ready.
Yeah, like, so I mean, I don't know. I also played a lot of like weird characters too. Like, a lot of people like had a problem that I played Jedi Trainer a lot. Like, you're not an expert. You need to play the Jedi role or pick a different character. And then I'd just leave because I was like, I'm not doing that. Like,
I want to play as C-3PO with a rocket launcher. Like, that's what I want to do. I want to be Yoda and he's got a giant head. Like, I don't care.
Yeah.
To me, the game was just the sky's the limit. And I guess what I did is I self-selected myself out of that. So, like, if I saw a server that said role-playing, I just wouldn't join it. Or if it was, like, a clan server, I just wouldn't join it. Also, one thing if people come to my server and I would just be like, oh, you're in this clan? Cool. But
if you notice, I was talking about how loose the game felt in multiplayer compared to single-player. And single-player, the lightsaber feels... I don't know if it feels... I would say it feels like it has weight. But it's a lot more. There's a lot more animation to the saber when it's like when you're walking with it. It's
more showy and
yeah,
pretty.
like so when Kyle walks, he kind of does like a forward motion when he walks with it, and it waves when it walks. When you're walking with it right now, the saber does not wave until you're making an action, and it also feels very loose making that action. Like it's very quick, depending on the version, of course. Like, I mean, it feels very. I really don't know how to say it. Like I said, when you make a swing as Kyle in the single player, if you can time that swing a lot better. And this one, it feels very loose. It's something you do have to get it like kind of attuned to.
I kind of feel the opposite, because for me, like with single player, I don't know, the camera is kind of like a little bit lazy following you around, and I mean, yeah, it's true. Like when I would play, I wouldn't play the default setting. Like I would put the super saber damage on so you could kill people in one hit, like that. And as a result, like when, let's say I'm playing single player Jedi Outcast and I run into one of the Reborns, you know, and you fight the guy, and like I get a lucky hit and just like cut his head right off and kill him. And it's like, oh man, so I'd reload and I'd fight him again like 5 or 6 times until I got my fill, and then I'd move on. Whereas like I could have played it the right way, the default, and
that's
just
what I
had,
did
like, a real
originally.
battle.
So I played it originally, unless I like there were some puzzles I had a hard time with, so I'd like either look those up or I'd skip them. And
some
like
of the puzzles were really bad.
I just no clip through them, but that was just me.
To play. Yeah, I think there were a couple of jumping puzzles where I got frustrated and I gave myself more force mana, like I regenerated the force, because I didn't want to just sit there for 5 minutes waiting for it to
me, those were the
up,
easiest one. Like the Jedi Temple one where you're getting your saber back was, to me, probably the easiest one out of all of them. There were some that were just crazy.
There were some that were just annoying.
Like I hated what was it?
The exploration.
The Gallic Fire levels were. I loved the map because it was a whole ship, but those 3 fucking levels, those were just annoying as all hell. Because the enemies are tough, the puzzles are weird. There's just a whole bunch of shit in that level that can kill you, like, and it's just to me it's trial and error and a lot of saving. So
if I had my dream, and maybe this is possible now, but I would like to replay the single player Jedi Outcast, but using the multiplayer engine.
That would be.
I would rather be weird, and maybe some stuff wouldn't work, so maybe it would have to be just like a highlight.
I mean, you
reel
can probably play the maps in there. You can probably have them imported. It's more the fact that like the.
I just feel the fact that there's a lot of force powers you never get to use in the.
You move a lot faster in multiplayer, and a lot of the force powers I think that are in multiplayer, I don't think would really play any use. I mean, maybe I don't think they'd really play any use. And
if you're fighting the dark side guys, absorb would be helpful. I guess if you were a dark side, because
you have absorb in single player.
No, not in Jedi Outcast.
I'm pretty sure.
Had. Let's see if I remember this correctly. So you've got healing, got mind trick, got grip, you've got lightning, and then of course you've got push, pull, jump, and saber throw. That's all you've got.
I'm gonna fact check this right now, because I'm pretty sure
in Jedi Academy, I think they incorporate all of the multiplayer force powers in single player. But fact check on the Rantcast.
So jump, speed, push, pull.
Ooh, you did have speed. That's right. It slowed everything down. I forgot the speed.
Yeah. So for light powers, you're looking at, and those are all neutral powers, of course. But light powers, you got heal, mind trick, dark powers, lightning, grip.
Okay.
Oh, you might be right.
So he was a gray Jedi. He had a combination of dark and light side.
I might be thinking Academy too, because Academy had the absorb function to where, like, if you got close enough, and I think it was either rank 3. I think it was at rank 3. If you got close enough, you could grip them, like you could grab a hold of them and just drain them.
You would actually you would grip them in like a claw, like a mandible claw, and it would drain their life force and give it to yourself. It was pretty cool. But yeah, in multiplayer, it's just some red stuff comes out of your hand, and then they get drained. They glow red, and you would just steal their force mana to heal yourself. Another thing. So I'll just say this one thing about the versions in Jedi Outcast.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna piss off and skip over all the people who took the time to become great duelists. As I think that was what I heard. From what I heard, it's like people who became great duelists with 1.02a.
This platform, by the
original
way, that he's showcasing off was dual central.
Yeah.
And it was stupid because they would take force powers away. Because you know how fucking easy it was to just grip somebody and throw them off?
Well, you had the same problem in Dark Forces 2 because Valley of the Jedi Tower, which I liked way better than Battleground Jedi. To me, Battleground Jedi was kind of boring. Like, I didn't play it very much, but I know it was super popular. They had a platform like this, and it was like so tempting if you had Force Destruction to just blast somebody right off the edge. And it was just like, don't be lame. So it'd be like, okay, I won't use that power, and we'll just have a regular fight. It was considered cheap or lame if you would run away, or if you would heal yourself, or if you'd grab the super shield, or it's like, okay, well, we're going to wait for it to run out. Okay, now it ran out.
So pretty much don't play the game. Like, don't play the game. Just, we're all meeting on neutral ground. Like,
the rule was get full armor. Okay, so you got 100 health, 200 shields, and just all you can use is your... That's it. And you would just fight to the death. But that was because it's really the only way to do it. Otherwise, you'd be chasing each other all over the map, which, could be fun. Or you'd have just a big cluster of people just smashing into each other like two football teams.
Okay. I hate to ask this now because I know you're into you're going into a thing about Outcast. Before you finalize your versions on Outcast here, after this we're probably going to want to take a dip into Academy. But I do have a question for you after your follow-up, and that is, did you ever play any multiplayer in Academy?
Funny you should ask that, because I do have a server that's been going all these years called Kurgan's Meat Grinder, which runs
so you
Jedi Academy.
You took my bait.
24/7. Yeah, I definitely did. You set me up for it. I played Jedi Academy way more than I did Jedi Outcast. So you are the Jedi Outcast guy, and I defer to your wisdom on that game.
Really serious, because every time we play Academy together, I'm always telling him to import the original Outcast maps because I fucking love Bespin Streets. It's my home away from home.
And they've been converted over, and there's a little bit of the scripting in the Death Star level is messed up. Like the beam there's no visual beam, and the sound effects are missing. Some of the elevators don't work. But otherwise, it's pretty much intact. And I was so bored with this map, I hardly ever played it.
Oh, I loved it. It would, like I said, it was my home away from home.
Kind of the starting map. A lot of people played it. In Dark Forces 2, it was Canyon Oasis and Battleground Jedi.
Oh, Masasi Temple too, by the way. Masasi Temple was good.
But there's a lot of good maps, and Jedi Academy has way more maps. In 1.03, they did add several dual maps, which are pretty cool looking maps.
Oh yeah, because didn't they only have like 2 or 4 in the original?
Yeah, well, the thing is, just like any Quake 3 thing, you could change the game mode and keep the same map. So, yeah, it wouldn't work to play CTF in this map, but you could play it in dual mode, you could play it in free-for-all mode. You could play the CTF maps as dual maps or free-for-all maps.
Right.
Oh, yeah, they added several maps, and you had the people that preferred 1.02 to 1.03, where they changed the saber combat and made it more like single-player. But you could still install the patch, grab the files for the levels, revert back to the original version, and just copy the files over so you could play in the dual maps without the patch. That's how desperate people were. They were just like, no. I could see the wisdom in it because the way the lightsaber was in the original version of Jedi Outcast is it was very powerful. It was kind of glitchy. It was enough that you could just pure saberist in a capture the flag game, and everybody else is using guns and you're using a saber, and you could hold your own. You could actually kill people quickly, because you got to be able to do that, because somebody's got the flag and they're running past you. You're not going to be like, hey, let's have a duel. I mean, you could. It's silly. They'd just be like, nope, gotta run, capture the flag.
They would not acknowledge your existence.
Oh, they wouldn't. They would just run past you. It's like, I'm gonna have a duel. So with 1.02, you could chase them down and kill them in a couple of hits easily. But 1.03, they nerfed the saber, and they took away some of the moves, and they weakened a lot of moves to make the duels more cinematic. Because it's like, okay, we know people like to one-on-one saber duel, so we're going to make the sabers do less damage, and so the fight will go on and on, so that's great for the duelists, but it ruins the people who want to use the lightsaber in the regular game. I mean,
it was a all-out riot.
So...
The only thing
You're
that kept
playing
people
CTF,
from not
so that-
playing this game was the fact that it was the only thing out that like had any value for
but
sabers.
just imagine a capture the flag game where it would always come down to like, I've got the flag on my team, you've got the flag on your team, and now the two of us have to duel, and whoever wins gets the capture.
Yeah.
It's like, what if you just want to play the game normally? Like, why would you have to do that? So when they switched to Academy, I think they had a better handle on that.
Much more balanced, I think.
Defaulted, so if you're going to be in duel mode or one-on-one, because you could challenge somebody like in the middle of a fight, like everybody else is fighting around you, and the two of you are isolated and having a duel. I think that was a great feature to do, and the winner gets their health back. So in that mode, Saber is like very light, very weak, so that you can have a cinematic duel. But when you get back into the regular game, now your Saber is, a killing weapon that you can use, trade blows with the guy who's got the rocket launcher or the thermal detonators. Some people didn't like the dual sabers or the saber staff. They'd say, "Oh, you're using the noob staff or the noob stick or whatever," because you could turn on speed and you could or rage and just like fly around and just like graze people. But you wanted to have the saber realistic combat, you could turn that on. If you wanted the sabers to be weaker, you could turn that on. I think the
Academy,
basic game was
fixed
a little bit better.
a lot of things, but like I said, there's when you get
that's gonna be an unpopular view, because there's definitely purists that would take you to task on that.
Well,
but
so
I agree with you.
Finishing that statement, like I said, Outcast is something that sticks with me. So I liked Academy. Contrary to popular belief, there was a community with Academy that would agree with me personally. I think Academy had much more a bigger mod base. I think as far as its multiplayer group, I wasn't very aware of the clans, but I think it also had a much more welcoming community.
You invested in Jedi Outcast, though, so
I did. Well, I did, but like, it was also
your opinion.
It was kind of
I was only there for a few months. Really.
It's kind of like multiplayer was kind of like Stockholm syndrome for me, right? I didn't particularly like it, but at the time, I thought that's just what life was in multiplayer.
Want to be a Jedi? This is what you got to go through.
Yeah, and then when I played Academy, like I said, I was much older, and I had been playing Academy for 4 years prior to that. And, going from, 11 years old to 16, it was kind of like a year in a different mindset. So it's kind of one of those things where, I think the duels, depending on where you go, were a little more organized. The RP servers were not gatekeeped. Like, if you wanted to just... if you're that person who liked doing an RP server, then fine, I guess. I played a couple... and hung out with folks. There was like a Jedi Temple RP game back in the day, and it was one of those things where like you had to they had a credit system, and you'd buy vehicles, and it took place along the Saber or the speeder bike map, where you were doing the speeder bike chase. So it teleported you and stuff, and it was a nice map. I got to know a couple people. I talked to a lot of people. I made friends on those servers. It wasn't one of those like servers where you got into it and they were like, "Fuck you, man." Like, and
like Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, like it went like
quick shout out to TV Path. I knew this existed. I wanted to find like a bitter like rant video of somebody just showing just the depths of hatred they had for these patched versions of Jedi Outcast. People were serious. They're just like, listen, I spent so many hours mastering this game, and then you had the gall, the unmitigated, temerity to change it on me and screw it up and ruin it.
Now, keep in mind, look at this guy's character, look at his HUD, look at everything else. This is something
everything's customized.
He's been playing for quite a long time. And like I said, a lot of the people who are in that community did the same thing and played on modded maps compared to the people who just hopped in who are playing vanilla. And this guy is going so fast that, like, at the frames I'm seeing, you can't even keep up with him. Like, so
Well, the thing is, you could play the game. I think he's just speeding it up, but I mean, you could play it on like 200% speed, and you could have the force like recharge like in seconds.
So,
like for all kinds of weird things that people would do.
So, like I said, finalizing this Outcast thing here, there are people like this in there. I mean, like I said, I didn't see too many of them unless, you know. But he's talking about the time frame in which it takes to kill someone. Like I said, I don't. For me, that's not something that was a problem to me. Like, if you wanted to fight somebody, like, great. I didn't need a saber in multiplayer that needed to kill me in 2 seconds. And like I said, it's to me, it's for people who are so used to the game and moving that fast that when you get an update that's that crafty, it fucks up their flow. And then what happens when you're a pro and your flow's all fucked up? You get sunk down to some of the people who are either climbing the ladder or are on the same page as you, and like, I'm not talking about this guy. This guy might just, you know, pick 1.4 back up. It looks like he's doing pretty good anyway. But
yeah.
The big thing here is the fact that a lot of those people fucking hated to be equals with anyone other than themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what sucked. Was the fact that, like, that's why I liked Academy multiplayer a lot more going back into it. But Outcast gave me good memories in both single player and multiplayer, just for the fact that I had to fucking climb in that multiplayer because it got so bad.
Trial by fire.
Yeah, and it was
PvE was the same way for me because I had to learn so much in like over the course of many games to like feel like I knew what I was doing. It wasn't just instantaneously like, oh well, I was good at some other video game and now I can just dominate this game. So I understand the frustration of you feel like you mastered it and then they changed it on you, but everybody's in the same boat. Like everybody had to adapt, and yeah, you get set in your ways, and it's just like I feel like I can see both sides of it, but at the same time I didn't live it, so I wasn't logging in every day and going, oh man, I have, like, the strategies that worked for me before don't work anymore, and I have to relearn the game that I thought I knew.
So, anyway,
sorry,
we've got no. We got another ad upcoming here soon for anybody who isn't sub. So we're gonna hold off here pretty soon on any other further rants. But just to finalize the Outcast community now, like I said, we've revisited it. It's either just pros holding a server, or it's somebody who's modified the game and are not letting you play right now. And it's one of those things where you either have to personally know somebody to get a fair game, or you're playing with bots. And this is why I always encourage multiplayer games to have bots, because your multiplayer game is going to fucking die. And it's like, I feel like a lot of multiplayer games nowadays just kind of fucking, and this is going to go into our next rant here soon, but a lot of them have this thing where they don't feel like they need to code or program bots because nobody does that anymore. And then, like, the game that needs to be remembered isn't going to be remembered. We'll just pump out another multiplayer game.
Yeah, because once your online service dies and the community's small, you can just never enjoy the game.
You just make another one.
We're close.
Oh,
just make the next one. Get Madden, 2023, or get Call of Duty, 18, or what? Yeah.
Apex Legends. What? It's dead. Apex Legends 2. Or something similar to that shit.
It's very cynical. It's very cynical.
I mean,
I want games to live forever. That's why I love emulation. I'll go back and be like, you know what? This is Final Fight. It's 1989 again. I'm going to enjoy this game. I don't care. And my friend can play with me too. And then, oh no, I'm sorry. That's no longer supported.
Oh,
like, you're just out of luck.
Fuck your support. Anyway,
I wonder what it would be like to host, like, to rent a Jedi Outcast server. It probably, like, people would join and just, like, mop the floor with me. But hey, it could be fun.
Yeah, and like you're seeing right here, like, there's plenty out there, but a lot of them are either empty or they are full of people who you don't want to talk to. Anyway, Oh, this is the Academy servers. I'm more talking about the Outcast server. Academy might be that way. I haven't revisited it in a long
Outcast
time,
has a
but
few servers, but yeah, you're right. It's picked over and it's kind of like self-selected. So if you don't have the same mindset, you might not be able to get in. Unless, like you say, you hook up with someone and say, "Listen, I know I suck. I know I don't play the way you play, but can we just agree to play?" A
right.
classic game.
All right. So anyway, we're gonna go ahead and take another quick BRB. Let the ad play. Kind of set a couple things up, and then we'll go ahead and be right back. So if you're with us here, go ahead and grab a sandwich, grab a drink. We still got some more ranting to go here on the Rantcast, and we'll be right back. So don't go away. And we're back. Welcome back. We are doing the Rantcast.
Oh yeah!
And
Dig it!
if you're just joining us here, we're going to go ahead and reintroduce ourselves. My name is Josh, also known as The Strange Bus. I host the Strange Bus channel. I am with my co-host Kurgan, also known as HeroQuest Fans. If you haven't checked him out here, you should go ahead and check him out here at twitch.tv/HeroQuest Fans. That's twitch.tv/HeroQuest Fans. And we are currently talking about current topics in relation to Dark Forces 2, Jedi Outcast, and Jedi Academy. Our next topic here is something that I wanted to personally bring up because I had a rant about it last week, and I have a rant about it now, and that's multiverses.
Oh shoot! I was gonna queue up all this Jedi Academy footage, but I guess we already said what we were gonna say about it.
But go ahead. Hey, no, if you got more Jedi Academy stuff, roll it out because I also got some pizza too. So I just want to let our folks know about the current topic that's going to be brought up here. And yeah, go ahead and take it away, Kurgan.
Nice. Well, I appreciate you doing this. This was a great idea because there's so much that we can rant about, and we can definitely revisit topics if we can stand it. So, yeah, let me just throw up some. These guys played on my server, my meat grinder, Kurgan's Meat Grinder, Jedi Academy, and so I thought, oh, how cool! I can show actual footage. So, Jedi Academy, I think you kind of agreed with me that it struck a better balance between the people who like to saber duel and the people who just wanted to jump into a first-person shooter game, whether it's capture the flag, free for all, whatever. And you could have a lightsaber as one of your weapons, and the Force would help you out, but you could be a pure saberist if you wanted to and still get kills. You could also mix up the gunplay. I think it did a good job of that. And if you wanted to play and just say, okay, no dual sabers, no staff, just single saber, one-on-one, you could still play that way if you wanted to. So what I set up that server myself because I was having such a hard time finding a server where I could just play that way. I felt like, okay, I've learned the game. I've learned the basic game, and I don't want to just saber duel forever. Like, I want to play capture the flag. I want to play siege where, you could get in vehicles and you had objectives to complete with your team. Like, I loved that. I thought that was awesome, but not enough people were playing it, and I didn't want to just play against bots all the time. So I put that server up, and I actually rented it. And actually, for a while, we got it for free because OJP, the old OJP with Brazier Ace, Open Jedi Project, he was trying to make a co-op mod, but he was also like, he improved the bots so you could play siege with bots because originally you couldn't do that, or they would just jump around because there's no routes or anything. It's still not perfect, but I mean, I loved that, and I wanted to have a server that anytime I could just jump in and there'd just be carnage, just people blowing up, limbs flying everywhere, and you could just go in and just have some action and then go back to work. Your lunch break is over, you go back, you go back to school, you do whatever else you're doing, but you could just get some of your friends together, jump in and play. Like that's what I like, rather than, oh, you've got to be in a clan or you're just not cool enough to play, or yeah, you got to wait in line to challenge the guy, in his admin mod, like gatekeeping stuff. In a sense, like, what would I do? I guess the test is, like, I had some guys that wanted to role play and they joined my server, and I just let them do what they wanted. But I did put it on siege, so it's like, okay, well, some of you are stormtroopers and some of you are rebels. Just let it go. Like if they can do that within the server, then great. But yeah, the fact that you could make the saber deadly, so that the fights would be quick, but then you could turn it back to the old kind of nerfed saber to have your cinematic duel, I think made it better. And the single player, it incorporated more of the force powers, so you did have a little bit more of that feel, even though you were like generic character rather than Kyle Katarn. I remember when the demo came out, we found all these ways to hack the demo, and you could play as like any character in the game, like not just the ones they gave you. So you could be like any of the aliens, you could be any of the Imperials, any of the rebels, and a lot of stuff was missing. Like the bots in Jedi Outcast were way better than the Jedi Academy bots by default, but people modded the bots to make them better. They put like the old voice files in there, so instead of everybody just saying "take that," you could get Lando going "woohoo" and the stormtrooper saying "hey you there" and all that stuff. Oh, yeah, as you can see, these guys are just messing around a lot, but people would give it an effort. I mean, some people don't want to play against bots. Like for them, the competition is so. It's it's been so long since I faced a man in battle to the death. Just kind of thing. I get that. At the same time, maybe you just want to blow up some AI. You want to team up against the computer. That's fun too. And if you're just doing it for a nostalgia fix, this will do it for you. So Kurgan's Meat Grinder, it's up 24/7. It isn't just Siege and CTF, it's also free for all. It's also dual. Well, actually, I use the dual maps, but I use them in free for all mode. So instead of, spawning one at a time, it's like everybody is just packed into a room with their sabers and everything. And I know I kind of badmouth that in Dark Forces 2, but I mean, the match goes by so quickly. It's just kind of like, can I stay alive? Can I get any kills before it's over? And then it would cycle into the next map, and then you're on your way. It's kind of like just a little break, the regular gameplay.
And by the way,
yeah, I love the ATSD and the
Kurgan's Meat Grinder is probably the best place to meat grind.
To meat grind, yeah. The thing is, I would love to run like the Jedi Outcast maps on there, and you and I have done that on the Meat Grinder.
Yeah.
And I would love to do like the Star Destroyer map where you're flying X-Wings and TIE Fighters. But the problem is, when you switch to it, like a lot of people, they don't want to wait and download the map, so they'll just disconnect. Like they won't, so it'll just be you and I. I think sometime it'd be cool to like actually organize some people. Say, listen, download these maps, because they're still out there. You can easily get them. They're easy to install. Then you get more variety. It isn't just the basic maps. Because this has a lot more variety than Jedi Outcast, but still, you play a map 100 times and you kind of want some more variety. But he has to have it to play it.
There's also a nice little like Dash Rendar mod for this game.
Yeah, so, Dash Rendar Resurgence.
Yeah.
Single player, but you could use that character in multiplayer
it's
as well.
Hell hard too. So.
Yeah, I remember I played a little bit of it, and I was like, wow. Is it unfinished, or...
I can't remember. I think... kind
of glitchy.
Yeah, it's kind of glitchy, and like what they expect you to do in that game is a little bit much. But I can see like giving it to those veteran players, those people who really, really want to play.
They're ambitious.
Yeah, it's very, very ambitious. So, but I mean... This is my take on the subject. Do you have any more you would like to give as far as Jedi Academy goes, Kurgan?
Oh, I could talk the whole time about just Jedi Academy, but I won't because out of respect for you and for our viewers.
Hey, that's on another RantCast.
On the next RantCast. Yeah.
All right.
I just had so many fond memories of playing this game. So yeah, yours was Jedi Outcast and it was Jedi Academy. I mean, this game,
I did have fond memories of Jedi Academy. It was...
I would rank this one up there with Mysteries of the Sith. Like, I liked Mysteries of the Sith.
Oh, shit. We about forgot Mysteries of the Sith.
Oh yeah. Well, I played that more than Dark Forces, but I know that. So, you really want to get into Mysteries of the Sith?
I'm gonna give just a brief, because like we can go into that on the next rantcast. Me and you were talking about things to talk about in the next one. But
oh yeah, I was worried we'd run out of topics, but there's a lot.
It's a Mysteries of the Sith is kind of a mixed bag for a lot of people. There are people in the community that I talked to who didn't like it because it feels cheap.
A lot of people never played it. There's a lot of cheapness.
But I think that adds to the flair, I think.
I say one thing about that. So I've played other first-person shooters like Counter-Strike Go and Team Fortress 2 and Call of Duty Black Ops, games like that. And there's definitely a style of first-person shooter that's more popular now and more mainstream now, whatever it's worth, where it's all about visual. Everything's visual. So you could be like talking on a stream and playing the game at the same time because you don't have to worry about like hearing footsteps and all this stuff. It's just everything's on the map, and it's all about quick kills and sneaking up and sniping people. Like that's one style of gameplay, and that's cool, but I prefer kind of the old school style of first person shooter where it's like you're a super soldier, you're running around, you can take a couple hits, you're picking up armor, you're picking up overpowered weapons and just blowing people away. And if you're good, you're fighting somebody else who's good, like the battles can be long. But if you're better than your opponents, you can just be just taking them out left and right. And I feel like Jedi Knight was that way, and Jedi Outcast, the first version, was much more that way. And he kind of toned it down a little bit, and the Jedi Academy, I think, brought more of that back. So I still like the idea of, the Jedi super soldier. But you can have mercenaries in this game. You can have bounty hunters and people who are easier to kill, but they've got like special weapons, and then the Jedi is forced to just use the saber and force. Mysteries of the Sith laid the foundations for that. Because in Mysteries of the Sith, the way I played it is with personalities. So you had the 4-player classes. You had the bounty hunter who had the carbonite gun, which was one of the cheapest weapons of the game because you could freeze someone solid and then smash them with your elbow and kill them instantly. Didn't matter if they had protection on. I can't even remember if the super shield would protect you, but like it was really easy to kill. But the problem is you could also kill yourself because when you shattered the carbonite, chunks could like fly back and do damage to you. Plus, you had to find more carbonite ammo. So it's not like you were just unstoppable. You could freeze a couple people and then you had to go get more. And in that one, the ammo was explosive, so you could, if you saw like an ammo pack laying around, you could shoot it and blow it up. And you could actually set traps for people that way. You could like set up mines, and so they're going for ammo, and then you just blow them up. But there were ways to get around it. But yeah, the bounty hunter, a lot of people hated him. I loved playing as a bounty hunter, just for that reason, Right. You just get at people. And then you had the scout, who had less armor. He could move faster. He had a low-level force ability, so he had persuasion, so he could turn invisible. He had force jump, so he could get to places, and he could force seeing, so he could keep track of people. His sniper rifle was 4 times stronger than everyone else's, and it was silent. So it was like encouraged you to snipe. And he had, I think he had mines too, actually. He had the soldier, who was the slowest, but he had the most armor, and he was like the pure gunner. So he started out with, I think he started out with a rail detonator, if I'm not mistaken, and thermal detonators, which are actually a great weapon if you know how to use them. But so the bounty hunter, scout, soldier, and then of course the Jedi. But he was a level 7 Jedi rather than 8, so he wasn't full power, but he was still pretty powerful. Of course, in Mysteries of the Sith, you could mix dark and light side powers together, and there were a few unique powers, which I didn't use them as much. It was kind of still, the classic powers.
Right.
But what would stop, you think, well, what would stop the Jedi from just mopping the floor with these guys? Because can't you just, pull their guns away? Well, they all had different levels of force defense. If you tried to, force pull their gun, it would just take some of their force mana, and you would just, pull a battery away from them. So you had to just keep spamming them with force powers until their mana was almost completely depleted. So it made more sense to just try to run in and kill them with the saber. So I really enjoyed the personalities game type. And that was really just a switch. So you could play personalities with free-for-all or personalities with, one-on-one or teams, or with Kill the Fool with a Yaselmari, or however you say it. Like, instead of a flag, you'd pick up the little alien, and it would create this like bubble around you that blocked the force. So you couldn't use the force, and someone too close to you couldn't use the force on you. But it actually helped the non-Jedi, because their main ability was in their weapons rather than their force powers. So it was kind of interesting how that could happen. Now, if you had a team, you could have a mixture of characters. So it was actually pretty cool. But a lot of people didn't get into that. They just were like, oh, Mysteries of the Sith. Again, like, Jedi Outcast, different versions. Like, oh, they changed the game. I don't like this. Plus, you had to own the original game.
Elvira was mentioning here that he had to play it while he was listening to us, and he had a lot of fond memories of it, but he was pretty rusty. And it's not the you're not the first one, man.
It's definitely a game you'd have to get into it. Like, I would play like game after game, and I would just win. I'm like, I'm awesome at this game. And I would take a break for a week, and I'd come back, and I would just get my butt like handed to me by the first person, and I was just like, what? And I'd be frustrated at first, and then I realized, oh, okay, that's one of those. But after playing a couple of heavy games, like, okay, I'm getting it back, and you get back into the flow. Yeah, when we did that retrospective and I was playing those guys who had played this game more than me, I was like, wow, I suck at this game now.
All right,
it's
so real quick,
much fun that doesn't matter.
Real quick, because I want to cover this topic before we get into the next ad.
Oh, that was a good snipe right there.
We've all had a lot of great memories with Star Wars and these games, but the thing that we're covering here in the Rantcast was the fact that there was a lot of divided opinions when they tried to fix the games to begin with, and to kind of agree with Kurgan here, the Outcast. The reason I like Outcast more is mostly because it's the game I started with, and then I spent a lot of time having to crawl up in the multiplayer for. So I have a lot of memories when I go back, but I shit you not, and I'm very serious. I spent more time in Academy. I spent a lot of time in Academy as an older adult, and I spent a lot of time modding Academy, and nice. If I had to give a professional opinion on which one I thought was the better game, it would be Jedi Academy, mostly because of, I think there were improvements made. There were different game modes put in. Like you said, Siege is a really good change of pace. And
main problem is there's not enough maps.
No,
like most people just make dual maps or CTF maps, but they don't make Siege maps because it's a lot more work.
It is
to do it. So yeah, after a while, it's kind of like you just kind of play the same old thing. But yeah, when you compare this to like where the game started.
But you introduced me a lot to Siege because I barely ever got to touch a Siege map back in the day. Nobody.
Well, the problem is, yeah, and before people figured out how to put bots in there, it was like you would literally just be sitting at the loading screen waiting for someone else to join you. Good luck with that, because most people will not join a game unless they see there's at least a good number of people in there.
Right.
So yeah, you hardly ever got to play, or people just didn't know how to play. They're like, what do I do now? I mean, so yeah, I had a website back in the day. It was Strategic Academy, and it would just tell you like, okay, this is how the map goes. Here's some tips. But yeah, you can see these guys are playing, and it was always cool to see people playing it for the first time because they're like, whoa, there's speeder bikes. You can get into an ATSD. There's a Rancor you can fight. This is awesome. I mean, it's not single player,
but once again, dating back to a part of time in Star Wars where this was not normal.
Yeah.
Like, this wasn't the norm. Like, I think Battlefront was coming out around this time.
Yeah. Battlefront
and-
is like the only other game that lets you do that stuff online
Yeah.
these days. Well, I guess Star Wars Galaxies kind of did.
Then we like got into like most of the stuff, and then now we're getting into like other multiplayer games that offer open world segments. And I'm not just talking like Star Wars. Like, you know, you have Fortnite, PUBG. You've got you had before then it was Daisy, Arma, big games that had like multi-vehicle. Even Battlefield, like Battlefield 2 did a lot of what Battlefront did, and I mean, you had a lot of like big name games after that, like games that were kind of shaping the way for games today. So I mean, while this doesn't seem like it looks all that fun today, it might be a nice change of pace because it's one, it's smaller than a lot of those games. Two, it's a little bit more. I think it's a little like less. I don't know, like rule-ish. Like I tried to get into. It was one of those games. My friend wanted me to play it. It wasn't Apex Legends, but it was the other one. It was another one, but I can't even remember because there's so many of them. And it like wanted to hardware lock my PC. Like it wanted me to have like TPM on, and I think I already have that on, but it required certain changes out of my PC, and I was like, dude, I don't need that. Like, just let me.
Want to play that
just let me hop into the fucking game. Like, you have to worry about cheaters that much that like you're wanting to hardware lock my shit, so where you could ban me hardware style.
You want to be able to get people into your game as quickly and easily as possible, because the whole point of games is fun, diversion. You know,
escapist entertainment.
Not everybody. Yeah, escapist entertainment. Not everybody has, because you got a lot of adults that play games. Not everybody has the time to just like devote an entire day to like figuring out how their game works.
Yeah, I got like
back in the day.
Right now,
you slap the cartridge into the NES. You hit the power button. Okay, it doesn't work. You turn it off. You take the cartridge out. You blow on it. You put it back in. You turn it on. It works.
First you say, "Fuck, get it up."
Your games are off. You say that, and then you take a dump on it. But it's really just chocolate pudding. Yeah, you do all that stuff. But I mean, there was a path of time, a period of time, I want to say, like after 2000-ish, where I felt like video games, okay, back in the day it was arcades and consoles. PC games became really big.
Mm-hmm.
But it was starting to be like, okay, developers are focusing on consoles now, because consoles have caught up in terms of hardware. It's affordable, and so games are going to be the best on a console and not as great on the PC. It'll just be like ported over.
Right.
And then mobile gaming got big, so it's like all that. And then there was this trend, and unfortunately it's still around, towards like microtransactions, subscription-based games.
It's another topic.
Like pay to play, pay to win, and I'm just like, oh, I hate that. I just want to get a CD, put it in the drive, install it, play it, and just enjoy it. And if I want to come back like 2.5 years later, and the game will be waiting for me, and be fully functional, that's what I want. Like, I don't want to have to go buy it again. Or like, oh, it's completely changed now.
Look at you, full rantcast. You've gone full rantcast. It's
never go full rantcast. Well, you can
never go full rank. But I feel that I agree with you. Like,
still good games out there. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, like, the big game, that trend towards like people just expecting that, or
and
people growing up, all they know, and so they just accept it, and it's like.
We're going to get into that. We are definitely going to get into that here. So,
on the Rantcast.
Yeah, so, like I said, moving on to our next topic, because I'm pretty sure, do you have any footage for our next topic, Kurgan?
Okay, you're talking about, remind me. Sorry.
Multiverses.
Okay, I did a little bit of research on this. But I mean, it's hard not to find, about the new Doctor Strange movie. It's like, it has nothing to do with that. But it's a, what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Smash Brothers.
Okay, yes.
Super Smash Brothers. And actually, I got one thing to say about that. Brothers is a game that I own, but I only got it because everybody else plays it. So like if I dig out the N64, it's like, what games do you want to play? GoldenEye, Mario Kart, Mario Party, and Smash Brothers.
And you can loop this if you want, by the way. If you right-click and click loop, you can just loop this trailer. So, yeah.
There was a game. Can I just say one thing?
No, go ahead, because we're going to be diving into this for a minute.
The Incredible Interrupting Man, and I don't mean to be that guy, but there is a 1995 arcade game, Japanese arcade game called Out Foxies. Out Foxies. Yeah. And that, I feel like that game is really the template for all these other games to come. And it wasn't very popular, but Smash Brothers, because of Nintendo and because of all the Nintendo characters, that became super popular party game. When I saw this, that was the first thing I thought of. Oh, it's Smash Brothers. But it could be Out Foxies, too.
Yeah.
You know, just a couple people in an arena, just grab any weapon, anything you can find, and just, like, you know, knock people off the map. And, yeah, be silly.
So
lighthearted.
If I remember right, this is every Warner Brothers IP, I think.
Yeah, because I see the Looney Tunes characters.
I believe, anyway. Don't completely quote
DC
me on that.
Comics.
But yeah, so this is a... It's somebody who owns the licenses to all this crap and decides to put characters into it. And like Avara says, like, the wheel has been reinvented a lot. We aren't doing anything new here, folks. And the only reason I'm wanting to cover this is to legitly rant about this. I am the unpopular opinion here.
Oh,
I do not
let it fly.
do not fucking find any appeal to this game whatsoever. There are multiple, like, every fucking influencer that I have subscribed is playing this game. Like, everybody in the room is playing this game. And I don't truly believe that everybody here, or everybody who's actually streamed this game, actually likes it.
Getting a kickback, you think?
So
sponsored view.
I think it's the sponsoring and the
play.
Yeah. So it's from what I heard, it's good. But they've included, for some reason, Arya Stark in here, but it's closed alpha.
Adding characters.
It was closed alpha when it first started, so they're not asking for everyone's opinion. They're asking for influencers' opinions. The people who are going to stream this first and spread it all over the fucking internet. Yeah.
Do you want to be cool like me and play this game?
Yeah. Yeah. So.
I'll give you a free code to unlock.
And everybody's like, "Well, what about Shaggy? Don't you want to play as Super Saiyan Shaggy or whatever the fuck that is?" No, I don't.
You don't even know who. Like, I grew up in the 70s. I know who Shaggy is. Like, you
but
probably.
It's a meme. They're playing off the meme, my friend. And if you don't know what the meme is, it's fine. But the thing is that we have. Can we restart this real quick? We're getting really choppy video.
Okay.
Let me see if I can restart this real quick. Maybe if we. Hold on.
Okay. You need at least a 56K modem to appreciate this.
Yeah, and then an RTX 2080 or an RTX 30 series to run it correctly. I'm also probably getting a. Hold on.
No.
It's saying I'm getting reduced quality. It could be on my end too. So,
no.
But
AOL, so easy to use. No wonder it's number one.
Indeed. But yeah, anyway, so...
Hey, your game's laggy. You must be on AOL, right? It's always the...
So
I'm
not... I don't find any fault with this game, personally, other than the fact that I think everybody gathered around the table... I have. And I feel like everybody gathered around the table and said, what's a game right now that is popular that we can kind of cash in on? That hasn't been done. That hasn't been done as much, and like.
Once you see the gameplay, immediately you're gonna know.
It's Smash Bros. is a kind of formula that a lot of people cannot master. PlayStation's Battle Royale, I think. PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale, I think was
Force Unleashed
the first
2 on Force Unleashed 2 on the Wii's multiplayer was just a Smash Brothers copy. But.
Like, the big one that a lot of people know was the PlayStation All Stars Battle Royale, and it was a garbage fire, and this one seems kind of like competent, but they're like the only thing I feel like you're really giving it to is people who are familiar with the Smash formula, and the only people who really give a shit are Smash players.
A fist fight to the death. I immediately think of Velma from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, so I mean, I would mind playing this if it was like
a party game. It looks like it's a party game. It's for kids and like casual adults is immediately what I think of.
But it's also
you're saying you're gonna have hardcore players who are gonna like play for money and
that and the fact that I don't feel like it needed to be done. It was like I feel like it's more of a cash-in than something that was finely tuned and had any love put into it. This is why I wanted this to lead with our next topic. But
Chun-Li is very jealous of Madame Bots. She clearly works out.
But yeah, so like I feel that it's and as you look at the gameplay with as much as we can show for it right now,
these are just YouTube videos.
You're just looking at the screenshots.
Who's the influencer that's sharing this? MK Ice and Fire.
Well, so. Yes, that's a definite credit. That is a definite credit there because we are. That is a very popular person. So
10 million views.
Yeah, something. Very very big credit, and you can look at pretty much any influencer right now, and they were about a couple weeks ago playing this game. So I have mixed feelings about it because, like I said, it looks good, but I feel like it's not going to last very long.
I have the same problem I have with this with like Injustice. Like, okay, how come Batman is able to beat up?
You hated Injustice?
No, I didn't hate it, but I mean, they had to explain why. Like, it was a very contrived like storyline.
Next time, like on RantCast.
On RantCast, I can't believe. Take back what you said about Injustice. No,
we are done professionally.
You and I. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. You were on a roll and I derailed it. So
I mean, really, my real final take on it is I didn't have too much to say other than the fact that I don't encourage people to want to buy this game because other people are playing it. If this game looks appealing to you, buy it or play it. It's free to play, of course, but it's going to have microtransactions or some shit in it.
Kind of like Among Us. It's like, this is the game everybody's playing, so that's why you should play it.
Yeah.
Not because it's actually fun or good.
And, like, you know, like I said, I'm not like the cool kids anymore. It's probably something that is more appealing to younger people.
Batman is slipping through the platform.
But that's typical for games like these, man. That's how you get up and down. But
I don't care.
But anyway, I'm watching 35 and 40-year-olds play this who are getting paid thousands, maybe millions of dollars, and like it's frustrating because when you hop on a trend like this, it's I feel like your opinion really doesn't matter. So the RantCast is going to be counterproductive in that sort of sense, and say that don't buy it because other people are buying it. Buy it because you want to buy it. And I don't think this game is worth free to play because it's got memes in it that are going to die maybe a year from now. It also has gameplay that is really mediocre, and it's a cash grab more than it is anything else. We're getting advice from people that the video is chappy, but there's not much we can do about it at the moment. Because right now I'm streaming the video. I mean, I guess I could hold on a second because I'm streaming and we're both using our Discord stuff to talk. So it's kind of a kind of thing. I can see if I can try, but
he's claiming this is 4K 60 frames per second, but obviously you're not seeing it that way. If you want to see it that way, go check out the actual person hosting it.
We can link it as well if that helps.
Well, I'm not a Smash Brothers like aficionado to begin with, so yeah, this game has no appeal to me.
Hey, real
right
quick,
now.
Kurgan, can we just put a snapshot up here? That might be a little bit better than what we're getting.
Like that.
Yeah, well, yeah, or like the logo or something.
Yeah, we're talking about multiverses.
Yeah.
multiverses. That's what it's called. I was thinking like there's more than one multiverse. They're saying versus like a versus battle. Player versus player. Okay, I can't get a good oh, that's a stream as well. I'm streaming a stream. This is a meta stream. Yeah, internet culture is weird. It goes so quickly and it gets really big and then it crashes. And it's like by the time you hear about something, it's already passé. But there's so much money and advertising involved, it's like, that's just a beast. So if you want to feed the beast, that's your choice.
Indeed.
I get it that some things become popular and sometimes it's like, I don't even want to check it out because that's all people are talking about it and I'm sick of hearing about it. But other times, like, I'll try it out, like, oh, it actually is fun and it actually is good. But I'm playing it for that reason, not just so I have something to talk about with random people or to be part of a trend or a movement or something. I don't know. I guess you just have to have your own thoughts about it. Because yeah, it'll fall out of favor, and then the next big thing will come along, and whatever.
Yeah, I more addressed it for the fact that I feel like it's just a trend-setting game, and then that really leads us to our next topic, which I'm gonna see if I can snooze this ad real quick. It only like sets it to 9 minutes. Anyway, and this is probably gonna be another big one, but I think, and that's something that we both have a leg in. And really, that's just games that have lost their passion. And really, I don't know if we really need a thumbnail for this one here. Again, we can probably just put ourselves back up, if that's okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame companies for trying to profit, and I don't blame them for trying to capitalize on trends. And if they can influence people, more power to them. But at the same time, it's like, I wish more people would kind of stop and think that, like, okay, they're trying to manipulate me and I'm going to allow myself to be manipulated, but how much I let them string me along is it's still my choice. Like, I still get to vote with my wallet, what movies I see, what subscriptions I subscribe to, what games I buy, what I recommend to other people. Like, I don't have to just take it and just enjoy it, or pretend I like it because everybody else likes it. And yeah. I feel like with brand loyalty, that could be a whole rant. Like, as a Star Wars fan, like, I definitely have some mixed feelings about stuff in Star Wars. And yet I can still say I'm a fan, but I have to explain to people what that means, because some people will hear that and they'll think, oh, you just like everything Star Wars, right?
By the way, next time on Rantcast, The Last Jedi
on
was
the
okay.
Yeah. It was pretty okay.
I think
what I would say.
This goes back to like when we like first met. I think it was close, and we were like we knew we both liked Star Wars, and he was like, so what was your, like, I think we got to The Last Jedi, and this is before Rise of Skywalker. Yeah, and he was like, what was your opinion on it? And I was like, well, it was okay. I liked it, but it was okay. And like, he was like confused at my statement. So from now on, going forward, it's always like, if he's asking me something, it's always just like, well, was it okay? Is it okay? It was okay. Like, or it always goes back to like, yeah, The Last Jedi, which I have had this shirt since the movie came out, and I stick by the fact that it was okay. It was just okay.
Film. Yeah.
I don't.
It was.
Yeah.
But there was a time in my life where I could honestly say, like, if a Star Wars product came out and I knew it was bad, I would still like try to defend it. I would still feel like I had to find something good about it because it was part of my fandom.
Indeed.
And so, like, when new stuff comes out, and I mean, there's people that legit have just a different opinion. That's fine. But it's like, at the same time, I know that there's some people that are trapped in that mentality where it's like, well, I can't say it sucks because then I'm somehow betraying. Well, I thought you were a fan. Like, but something like Star Wars, it's a little easier because it's so big now. If you say you don't like Star Wars, that's like saying I didn't like that one issue of Batman. Like, Well, of course, there's hundreds of Batman comics out there. If you say you didn't like one, like, so what? You could dislike hundreds and still be, a hardcore Batman fan. But then you also get the fans where it sounds like all they do is complain. It's like, well, you don't even like it because all you ever do is talk trash about it. But they still like it. It's just that they have a different way of, I don't know, examining it. Like, for me, it's fun to argue about Star Wars. Like, I enjoy it. It's not just depressing, like, oh man, too bad Star Wars isn't good anymore.
To me, that's not it. Like,
RantCast.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's. I don't think it's not good anymore. But hold on, let me check the. Yeah, we got an ad going on in 5 minutes. So, real quick here.
With games that have lost their passion, I think when we say that, we're talking about these long-running series, right? Like, you get sequel after sequel.
Just to kind of explain this before the ad comes in, we take our pretty much our last or second to last BRB. And like Elvira always beats me to the punch here. I'm still a bit attached to the EU, and Disney went and killed it. And that to kind of hop on top of that, man, that's how I felt immediately prior to The Force Awakens. So, or like when I first heard about it, I was like, yeah, no, that's not happening. It'll never catch on. But I was also like my early 20s, and I still felt like my voice mattered more than any child at that point. So I was very self-centered.
What do you think is spending the money? It's not the little kids, it's the parents that are taking the kids to it.
So, but the big thing here is, I think now, as far as Star Wars goes, as far as most branding goes, when they do stuff that used to cater to kids, teens, and adults, or something that we used to be nostalgic back as children, the big thing I'm starting to realize the most of is the fact that we grew up with a certain formula, and when that formula gets changed, the first thing I think humans tend to do is either get confused about it or instantly get angry. And when you get confused, you later get angry because you don't understand. So you're saying, why the fuck are you doing this? Because it was fine the way it was. Don't fix something that's not broken. On the other hand, if you're just angry, I don't think there's I don't think the logic's all there at first. And
it's an
you just stay angry. Yeah. And
knee-jerk reaction.
And it's like I said, for me, this was my childhood that they just went and took to the back of the barn and shot. And
back of the head,
yeah, it was kind of like what Konami did with Metal Gear. If we want to go into something smaller, Konami's been killing IPs for a long time, and I have a deep, deep hatred for Konami that will never go away.
I loved their arcade games, but I mean, I haven't followed them seriously in so long that.
Yeah, I still remember the day when it was, that was it for Kojima and Silent Hills and all that stuff, and it ruined everything. And I kind of think that as far as Star Wars goes, most people now who are growing up with it are kids who were born around the time that this stuff happened, or were too young to really give a shit. And that could have been like they were born in 2005 and they were 10 years old when Disney started bringing back the wars, and like their parents introduced it to them, but now they get to live in it, and they outrank us now. So not only that, but the money being spent vastly outnumbers probably what we're going to spend, and is much more logical on paper, I think, to them than it is
it makes
to
sense
us.
Why they do it. And you can't argue with the dollars, and most people don't know what they're missing, like you say. So I can go back and I can read Batman from the 40s, and it's not the Batman I grew up with, and some of it doesn't click with me. At the same time, it's like I can appreciate it because I have like a broader view, but I might just be like, man, Batman in the 90s sucked. I hated him.
To Viler's benefit, I'm going to agree with him with that and just say, to me, the new stuff is Legends, and the old stuff to me is the canon.
Because he says, I still enjoy the new stuff, but to me it's not real
I'm
Star
not
Wars.
I'm not gonna technically per se, fold my arms over and go, that's not real Star Wars, because I want the kids that aren't toxic right now, that are growing up with it, to still enjoy the old stuff and the new stuff. But if I ever get looked at and get asked Star Wars questions by a young kid, I'm gonna be like, well, I don't follow the Legends very much. And they're like, whoa, are you talking about the old Star Wars? It's like, no, the new Star Wars. So, it's, to me, it's reversed.
Star Wars is an odd duck because...
It's oversaturated.
But I feel like they accelerated it so much.
Well, yeah, it's Disney.
But even before the prequels, the expanded universe was getting to the point where it was so large that it was not reasonable for one person to be able to read it all, play it all, watch it all, memorize it all. So then you had people like Pablo Hidalgo.
Yeah, me and you would disagree on that a lot, because I can tell you right now, if you just liked prequel stuff and you were somewhere in my age gap, there was a book, a comic book, a series, a video game that you could latch yourself onto.
Prequels partially reset expanded universe. So the backlash that you have from some fans now with the sequels, you already had some of that back then, and you did have people who
a whole prequel storyline to Star Wars before then that was written that they just wiped off the face of the earth, though.
Well, in a sense, there was.
Vibroblades were still vibroblades. The Room of a Thousand Fountains was still a room of... I mean, they'd still kind of keep that stuff, but there was a history to a lot of these things.
Thinking more, and maybe it's nitpicky, and I know they've tried to explain it now, but before the prequels came out, I thought that the Republic and the Jedi Order together had been around for 25,000 years. But according to Episode 2, it only happened 1,000 years ago. So they effectively erased all the Knights of the Old Republic, Tales of the Jedi, all that stuff.
It was old. You had Old and New Republic era.
Old Republic was different than the... But it's like when you watch the original Star Wars, you assume that Luke has been brought up with a certain view of the world that's actually wrong, and he was told it deliberately wrong to protect him. And what Obi-Wan says is the truth. So Obi-Wan is telling him the real story.
Well,
but as the movies unfold, you realize actually Obi-Wan was talking nonsense. Everything he says is a lot
of that, though. That's what I'm saying. Is a lot of those games,
retroactive continuity.
And you didn't have to play them, though. You could still watch Star. Like I'm saying is not everything is set to one piece of media either. So
well, that's what that I think is the difference, because when a new Star Wars movie came out, all I have to worry about are the previous Star Wars movies. But when they made the prequels, they're like, guess what? Original trilogy, this is what happened before it. So it's episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Kurgan starting a fight right before the ad.
Yeah, the sequel comes out, and it's like they're saying, you've got to understand this. You can ignore the comics, but you've got to accept this next movie. And maybe that's where it throws people off more. Because there's some people that would just say newer is always better. The new Batman is better than the old Batman. No questions asked.
Yeah, and I mean Batfleck had a problem, but that's another topic for another day. Anyway, we're getting close to ad
TheRantCast,
and I cannot snooze it any longer. So let's go ahead and we'll take a brief break one more time, and then we'll be right back. Once again, if you're enjoying the Rantcast, let us know, because we want to try to make this a thing. And go ahead and give a follow if you're enjoying the content, if you're not already followed, by the way, to both the Strange Bus and HeroQuest fans, because Kurgan really takes his time to bring this content over, and took a lot of time out of his day to make the logo and set up the footage. So once again, thanks, Kurgan. And like I said, we'll be right back. Don't go away. So
I heard a rumor that if you have a PS3, there's some glitch where you can still get in and play 2K15.
Really?
Yeah, and I was tempted to go buy a PS3, a copy of 15, just to play it, even though it wasn't the greatest of that series, but it was far better than the piece of crap that was released on PS4 and Xbox One.
I have a PS3 still that is still working. I don't know if the services would even work at this point.
Oh man. Because I thought they shut down the whole thing, but if it's like peer-to-peer, like the Halo thing, it'd be kind of interesting. Like, I loved the gameplay. A lot of features were removed from 14 to 15, and they brought a lot of them back in 16 and 17. It's more or less the same game, very arcade style, a lot of customization, simple and fun. And from what I understand, with the PS4 version and Xbox One, they slowed down the matches to make it more cinematic. Again, sounds familiar.
Yeah.
But a lot of people didn't like that because it's like, all right, I want to get this match over with. I don't want it to be boring.
Oh yeah, everything's got to be like a movie, you know. Everything's got to be like a movie or a TV show. And, you know, I mean...
It felt enough like a... Yeah.
I feel like games like those usually give you that feeling enough. You don't need to, like, reduce the frame rate or, like, do anything super weird to make the game more cinematic.
Health recharges and moves
yeah.
hard. It's like, oh man, he smashed him through like 100 tables. People say this about live professional wrestling. They'll say like indie wrestling has, you know, so many more acrobatic moves and so many more extreme stunts, but the guy gets like smashed through like 6 flaming tables and he gets right back up. Like, what? It's like, I'm not watching you know, they're not. The disbelief is gone.
This brings me to something. There is one wrestling, I can't remember what it's called, but I was watching, and you know, going back to influencers, I was watching Critical, who was talking about this, and there was like some redneck backyard wrestling channel. And
there's a lot of those actually.
Yeah, I know, but like there was one that like practically like almost killed some dude. Like they were doing their intro out in the backyard, and the dude goes to walk out, and this dude plows him with a vehicle. Like, straight up, the dude doesn't even, like, flinch, just gets hit by a car and is down. And you can see the pain on his face, like, because he got hit going, like, 20 miles an hour. Like, the dude did not, like, slow at all. Like, straight up, dude hit the windshield and everything.
Yeah. Well, you can kill yourself doing that stuff.
Yeah, and like the dude was in serious anguish, and like the other guy got out and was like pretending like he was still like still doing his intro and stuff. Like, are you kidding me right now? That there's a point in time where you shut the fucking camera off and you take the dude to the hospital. And like they had like similar videos where they were like throwing cars through trailers and while the dudes were on top of them and stuff.
This is like the fire challenge and like the person that shot themselves. I mean, there's people that do stupid stuff to get famous.
Cactus Jack? Do you know what he's referring to?
Yeah, so that's the mixed signals from WWE, because they always say, don't try this at home. We're trained professionals. You know, never do this. Kids, never do this, because every kid wants to do the Stone Cold Stunner on their little brother.
Well, that's a given.
But Cactus Jack, a.k.a. Mick Foley, a.k.a. Mankind, he started doing backyard wrestling. So he smashed his head through plate glass and knocked his teeth out with metal and stuff, and he got a job and he became famous. So it's like basically saying, don't ever do this, but if you do this, you might become a millionaire who's beloved by the world. And be a superstar. So I mean, he's got a lot of. He dresses up like Santa every year, and he's had so many concussions. He's got memory problems and everything. But yeah, Mankind, Cactus Jack.
Yep.
He didn't look like builder type. He just looked like a scruffy guy that just kind of wandered in off the street, but was really popular.
Well, and just letting people know, it is a scripted environment, but scripted wrestling does fuck you up over time.
Well,
and so imagine doing that. Imagine doing that, minus the scripting part. Having people actually full on fucking hit you with like 2x4s or like ladders or you know.
A lot of wrestlers, yeah, they're having a scripted fight. There'll be a segment where it's just like, yeah, just hit me full force with a punch, and it's like, if you're just a little bit off, you give the guy a concussion. And some of these guys, like they're up all night, they're taking sleeping pills to sleep, and then they're taking amphetamines to wake up, and it's like they're not firing on all cylinders. And it's like, being in the theater, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, you make a mistake and, you know, you fall off the stage and cut your, you know, head open. But if you're having like a fight and you're swinging like pieces of wood at each other or something and something goes wrong, but yeah, it's like very unnecessary risks. But yeah, a lot of these people are probably thinking, man, I'm just going to make such a cool video and it's going to get so much attention and I'm going to get hired and I'm going to be on TV and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'll be like half dead, but I'll be on TV. I mean,
I broke my spine. So,
he made his entrance. He comes in like a wheelchair or something.
in a wheelchair, yeah. Wrestling, I don't know. It's a weird thing because I enjoy it. I enjoy the artistry and athleticism and in the cheesy storylines and everything. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, when I see something like that, I feel guilty. And it's like, man, what am I promoting by saying that I like this stuff?
You're rooting for entertainment, like they're gladiators fighting for the to the death over something, you know.
Somebody killing themselves so I can, you know, have half a laugh. It's like, that seems pretty crappy.
And grab my popcorn and watch these two dudes kill each other.
Right. So really, the fakeness of it is actually the better way, as opposed to.
It's the saving grace. That's what it is. I would say.
It's like, yeah, because but I mean, what I'm saying is there's some wrestlers that are like, okay, well, we'll hit each other harder so that it looks cooler. We'll bleed more. We'll do major stunts to, you know, just be anti and impress people, because people aren't impressed anymore because they know it's fake. So it's like, oh man, he really hit him that time. It's like, yeah, but don't do it. Career is only going to be like a couple years at most.
You end up slobbering and eating out of a straw and like.
Yeah, you're going to be crippled when you're like 30.
Or you don't want a Chris Benoit incident. But
yeah.
Like,
well, that took a dark turn, but you're right. There have been there's at least a handful of people that have died in the ring, and there've been people like him who have done horrific things.
Just out of nowhere though. Like, and that's what I'm saying is like I think it's what brings out the dark side of wrestling. And like I said, this is a tiny bit off topic, but it's an important topic to bring up. Is the fact that I like wrestling. I'm not as familiar with it anymore as I used to be. I was growing up Attitude Era, and then I followed wrestling a little bit from 2006 to 2010. So I got out of the scene right when Randy Orton was like beginning his career as the Legend Killer. So, you know, it was every 14-year-old, like Kurgan said, every 14-year-old and like their mother was, I hear voices in my head, and they would walk around all menacingly and, you know, wanting to be the Legend Killer, and that was my ending experience for wrestling, and I almost hated Randy Orton for that. And then
I hated him just because people overused him in the game.
it was pandemonium.
Played him in character.
Like, I was a huge fan of Dave Bautista around that time. I was a big fan of the Great Khali, because I'd never hated a heel as much since the Attitude Era.
He got you. There have been a couple of wrestlers like that where it's like, I know it's fake, I know they're just playing a character, but it's like I felt myself just like hating him. I'm like, wow, he really broke through and like convinced me, you know, for that match. I was like, oh, get him,
because he would just come in and there was nobody could be. It was like Fight and Cell or Majin Buu or something. Like I said, there was that one episode when he was just fucking up so many other wrestlers. And I can't remember who was in the ring with him at the time, but Dave Bautista comes running in like he's like Goku or something, and he jumps in and he starts hammering Khali over and over again, and every punch is connecting, and Khali's just standing there. And then he does one move and, like, kind of, like, messes him up a little bit. And then Kali gets all pissed and grabs him by the top of the head, lifts him up, and starts doing that move. And Batista starts blacking out. And then they're like, oh, my God, somebody get in there and save him. I'm like, and then all of a sudden the WWE logo pops up, and I about throw my drink at the TV. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, get up and
leave me hanging like that.
Yeah, like, and it's like shit like that. We're like...
Buy the pay-per-view, kid.
You don't need to set up like 10 fucking tables and like completely injure yourself. Like, just get a little bit of fake blood or something, and
sometimes less is more. There's a lot of people that have commented on
Owen Hart during his entrance. Are you familiar with Owen?
Owen Hart died.
Oh.
That was a sad story. So I was not watching wrestling at the time, but at a live event, story goes, if I'm getting this right, so basically the storyline was that they were punishing him, that they were making him go back to this old gimmick he had, where it was kind of a goofy, like, comic character. I think he was like the Blue Beetle or something.
Oh shit! He died during pay-per-view.
Yeah, so they had him on a zip line, and I guess the harness, it was supposed to be a quick release harness, so he was gonna like come down from the rafters, but then he was gonna fall down, like, oh, I'm a clumsy guy. They did it in such a way that he fell like too soon, so he just plummeted however many feet, and he hit the ring ropes, which not a lot of people realize those are actually steel cables, not just like rope. So he bounced off that, and I guess it like crushed his chest or something, so he was pretty much dead. I mean, they got him at the hospital, but it was too late. Yeah, there was just this big delay, I guess, the people that saw it live. So they witnessed this guy, like, get killed. And so it was really traumatic. So they spent all these years, like, trying to settle the lawsuits with the family. And it was like, so Owen Hart, of course, Bret Hart, Stu Hart, Natty Neidhart, like, the whole family was, like, into wrestling. So they were all there, still working there. And it's like, okay, really awkward that... Yeah, I don't know. And there's shady stories that have gone on about like when wrestlers have died or when wrestlers commit crimes, or what the company does to kind of like save face and say, oh, it wasn't our fault, and
Well, like, doesn't Vince like set everybody up pretty much like an independent contractor? Only they're not.
Yeah, they're independent contractors, but they're not. Yeah,
because
so basically
they can't sign up anywhere else if they're with the WWE.
Right. Yeah, so like I've gone to indie events where like some wrestler will be there, but they have a different name and it's like not shown on TV, so it's just like a house show because there's that rule. So it's kind of shady how that all goes down.
Now featuring Faye Bliss Stereo.
Yeah. Bulk Bogan.
Let
me tell you something, cousin.
That's an actual character.
Well, if you've ever played a really good video game series called Fire Pro Wrestling, which goes back to the days of the TurboGrafx 16 and Sega Genesis, it was a Japanese game, and it was very simple graphics, but endlessly customizable. You could create every wrestler in history. Just hundreds of characters, and they would like change it. So it was the WFW and the WWC, and they would change the names. So it'd be like Steel Gold Steam Odin instead of Stone Cold Steve Austin, and it was obviously him. Maybe just like his outfit would be like a different color or something. So you could go back and just change it just slightly, and it's like, okay, it's the guy. So all these unlicensed wrestlers. Now you can, I think on Steam, this is not a plug, but on Steam it's Fire Pro Wrestling. What do they call it? Fire Pro Wrestling. I can't remember the name of it now. There's Fire Pro Wrestling Returns. Fire Pro Wrestling Forever or something like that. I don't know. You can look it up on Steam, but there's a Fire Pro Wrestling game, and you can actually download like official packs, and they have like official characters. But yeah, if the character isn't in there, you can put it in. Yeah, I'm sure there's a Bulk Bogan somewhere.
Well, Bulk Bogan is a character of like from Vinesauce, and it's a play on Hulk Hogan. It's Hulk Hogan, like only he's got the ball. He's like bald on top. But he's got like the long hair, so it's like a a faded, stone old Steve Austin.
Well, there was a time like everybody was talking about gender swapping characters, like in franchises, and I can't remember which of the 2K games it was, but I made like female Randy Orton, a female Undertaker, a female the guy.
God, that would be even scarier, having a female Randy Orton RKOing people.
Yeah, because she's got all the tattoos and everything, acts just like him, but yeah, it's a girl. Who's the guy? Why can't I think of his name? He's got the sword tattoo on his chest. Brock Lesnar.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like Brock Lesnar. And it's this really like square looking female wrestler. So then it's like, oh, it's a Divas match. And it's like
the Overtaker.
Yeah. I can't remember all the names because they were in Japanese, but if you translated them back into English, you get what the name was. And I don't know what it was, like Dark Demon or something. Like they had all these different, like once you read it, you're like, oh, I can see how it either rhymes with the original name or it describes like who they are.
Right. Well,
Great Tiger instead of Jushin Liger, or whatever.
So, coming back, because like I said, I don't want to be too long, but coming back to the original statement here, we had, as far as wrestling goes, because we'll talk about 2K in general and how they've kind of like slowly begun to fart on the WWE franchise, to the point to where it was so bad that they almost lost it. So, is 2K22 the redeeming game? I have played it. I've streamed it. It's fun to stream. Are there glitches? Yes. Are there game-breaking glitches? I don't think so.
Well, and it hasn't been out that long, so it's not like it was completely broken and they just now fixed it, right?
Yeah, no, it's been out for about a month, I think, and it's
pretty stable.
Yeah, it's pretty stable. I mean, like I said, there are some funny ones. Like there was one I think I caught on stream with a Hell in a Cell. I think it was Between the Rocks, and like they were. One went to go put his hand on the cage, and he clipped through. So the entire match, while he was by the cage, his hand was like clipping and stuck. So he'd go to perform an animation and only use one hand, and the other hand was like jiggling in the cage. So,
that's funny.
I mean, but you don't see that stuff often anymore. So I can't say.
Well, and I saw one where one of the Rocks, did he fall off the cage and he ended up in the crowd? But of course, the crowd doesn't react, so he's just stuck behind the barricade, and the other guy is trying to punch him.
That was another. Okay, so the AI just died eventually, and I think after the rating system goes past a certain because it rates every match for some reason. I think they just didn't take it out of the GM mode, because the GM mode actually matters when the matches are rated,
yeah.
But.
You can either play the match or simulate the match. So just the AI will fight each other.
And the AI was fighting each other, and then it went past the 5-star rating, like greatest of all time, and they got to the close to the walkway, and they just stopped. They were just going like this, and I had to take control of one and move him closer, and then he started punching him again, and then one of them climbed the cage, and the other one followed him, and they I think he fell off into the crowd. And then the other Rock just stood there. And, they broke again, and they wouldn't pull each other out or do anything. And I didn't know how to get over there, so I was like, oh, this match is over. Because they would come close to each other, and they'd just do this. They would, they were trying to, punch the crowd or something. And...
yeah, they're like, oh, I'm going to hit you. No, I'm not. I'm going to hit you. No, I'm not. Fake you out. Fake you out.
It reminds me of the times I'd do that, at the amateur wrestling matches. I get to know some of them, and they'd be like, oh yeah, go ahead, trash talk me and stuff, make it good for the rest of the people, because one of my aunt's friends, Kevin, had known a bunch of the wrestlers over at one of these underground wrestling sports, and I was a real big fan of the guy who kind of resembled Mysterio, but he had like a mullet, but he had like a luchador mask, and I was like, really cool. So he came in, and then like, his heel came in, and I like got up out of my chair, and I was like, you fucking suck, dude. And like he like came over, and like we were like all like face to face. It was pretty good. But
well, they always say like, don't touch the performers and they won't touch you. Because I think Vince McMahon told his guys like, don't get into a fight, but if you do, make sure you don't lose, because otherwise it'll make the business look bad. So there's all these stories about guys like, getting stabbed by drunken fans and like having to like choke the guy out or just weird stuff. Yeah. Wow. So I'm glad you didn't.
Oh no! These were and like I said, most of these guys were super nice, and they talked to me before the match started and was like, "Go ahead and do that because it makes it look good, and I'm gonna come at you, but we're not gonna do anything." And like it was all in good fun, all in good fun.
It's like being backstage at a theatrical event, and you're just like, you get your little moment. You're part of the show. I was also
like 16. It was like 2008. So like I was.
It's like the perfect age. Well, it used to be professional wrestling. Like you had to be 14 to be admitted, and then at a certain point, I don't remember if it was when Hulk Hogan was getting big. Like then they said anybody, all ages.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So you had little kids, and then you had the Attitude Era where they were trying to go back to like more teenagers and up, and then now we're back to little kids getting in the ring.
And so, but the final question is 2K22 a redeeming factor? I would say no.
Oh really?
And yes,
I thought you would have gone the other way.
No, just because the game is like decent, doesn't make it good.
Compared to the broken one that came before it.
It's 2K still had the balls to include microtransactions. You still can buy currency to get the packs. I still have to buy the extra wrestlers. If you want to experience anybody like Triple H, The Undertaker, anything like that, the wrestlers you want to play as most of the time, you have to pay for them, or you have to earn. You can earn them in the ring, and you get like 20 points a match, and they're 1,000.
So it's gonna be really hard. You got to either grind, or you can pay us money.
Yeah, it's that Battlefront 2 system I'm about to get into.
Oh man,
and that's the big thing.
See, just on principle, I would just refuse to buy it. At that point. But they don't give you many choices. And
it also affects people who mod and create characters. So let's say I wanted to buy 98 Triple H. Well, Triple H isn't available unless you buy him or get the mod pack or get the packs, right? So
I like mods.
If you get a modded Triple H, you cannot use him until he's unlocked.
Oh,
Same thing that goes with I wanted to download Revan. They have a ton of Revan mods for our Star Wars thing. Unfortunately, he's being used by a unlockable character, and
that's a really bad thing. I mean, undercutting the people that are creating free content for your game. I mean, I bought wrestling games because I saw the creations people were making. I wouldn't have got it because it's like, I don't care about Antonio Cesaro, and I don't care about I can't remember his name now. There was a couple of guys that were really being pushed hard for a while, in the early 2000s, and it's just the community creations were so good. I'm like, I'll get it just for that. And if you're gonna make it hard for me to get those,
and it's still good as far as community goes. They've got a lot of the old Attitude Era stages. They've got the old 1980s stuff. They've got Hulk Hogan's in there, but like I said, if you want to experience all that stuff, you might as well just buy the whole thing, and that's where the game stops becoming $60 and starts becoming. And please keep in mind, this game is $70 base price on consoles. So
kids are their main audience.
It's $60 on PC. It is $70 because for some reason we have now given into the fact that games are too expensive to make for console. So let's just go ahead and put that on there. But on top of it, you also have the fact that you are now buying wrestlers on top of it. Because who's going to fucking, like, play 400 to 500, 600 hours of a wrestling game and not have all those characters unlocked? Like, please tell me. The one person raised their hand right now.
This is worse. It was already bad when I was playing it with the DLC stuff, but this is worse. And
like I said, this isn't a new system at all. This has been done in Shadow of War. This has been done in Battlefront 2. And this is like one of my main big rants. This is the definition of rantcast right here. Because this is the shit that pisses me off and makes me never want to touch a new game at all.
You're preaching to the choir.
And people tell me to get the fuck over it, and like they should get the fuck over themselves personally. Because really, at the end of the day, you haven't grown up playing a game that was just made to not only make a profit, because that's what it's made for. People are supposed to have their money, but they're supposed to enjoy the time. And if you copy and paste shit over into your next game and then slap microtransactions on it, it's not a goddamn game. There's nothing in there that's worth touching.
You've got people who make a living grinding these games out and selling like level 99 characters to people because they've created this system that's it's so anti-player.
So I bought my copy of 2K22 for $48 because it was on sale, because they had to put the fucking thing on sale after a month. I don't think that game is worth $70. I don't think a lot of games are worth $70 base price. So if you're a guy who buys basketball at $100, good for you. I hope that's the only game you're touching, because I would never.
If I
buy too many games.
Money on a game, like I would be playing it constantly to get my money's worth. Like for me, a $30 game that I play like, I don't know, 8 hours a week. That's a good deal to me.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and like I said, I hope you're getting your money's worth, because like I said, 2K really fucking screws people with that shit.
Yes,
microtransaction cards, loot boxes, all that garbage. You might as well be playing a phone game at that point. And like the day we stop thinking is that stuff as phone material is the day we forget what a real game looked like 20 years ago. And we start thinking like boomerisms. Like back in my day,
you know, one thing to say to you, 2K.
Okay. Because it fucking sucks.
Dude, you're not hearing that? That's like the because it fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. Yeah. So.
Can I say one thing about the boomerisms? Because people talk about, okay, what are they saying? They're saying you're an old fogey, you're a has-been, you're washed up, you're an old person.
It's being stuck in
the past.
Yes.
You don't know how the world really is. You just need to snap out of it and just shut up, old man. But the thing is, I want to say one thing, because somebody posted a video once recently that I watched of Terminator 2 Judgment Day, the arcade game, where you've got the two light guns and you're shooting the Terminators, and someone was saying like, oh man, this is good, this is how games used to be. And somebody else was like, basically F you bash modern games, but all you're doing is you're just throwing money at the screen so that you can keep playing. And it put me into rant mode, because I was like, no, that's not what most arcade games were. Not like that.
That game was cool.
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
It was a cool game. You could learn how to play a game, and you could actually make your quarter last. Most games, not every single one. Like, okay, fine, Time Crisis, whatever. But if you when Mortal Kombat first came out, nobody knew the moves, so people had to like put quarters in and play and figure out the moves, or they had to, whatever. But once all those moves were public knowledge, you could memorize them. You could go to the arcade and you could actually like do well. I mean, yeah, if you played against somebody who was like good, you were gonna struggle, and you were gonna put in more quarters to challenge them again and challenge them again. But there was skill involved. It wasn't like gambling, where it was just like, oh, I put money in and I pull the slot machine thing, and it makes noises, and I put more money.
Let me trick your brain real quick, because we're coming up on 4 minutes till ad time.
Yeah. But I feel like we're getting back to that gambling mentality rather than the fun skill experience.
No, and that's true. And let me say something that might not make sense to a lot of people. Just because it makes more money doesn't mean it's the right strategy to go for. A big thing that I learned in Intro to Business was the fact that a lot of people are cutting corners, and this was 10 years ago, but a lot of people are cutting corners in the industry to make more money. And the strategies that they're using are effective because they cater to people who will give you more money, or they use a business tactic that entices people or brings people over. But a lot of them are using like weird, like borderlining on illegal tactics. And like another big thing is when you do stuff like that, when your main focus is how much money are you pulling from somebody daily, your worry is no longer about the content you make. And to me, games are about the art of it. Like, at the end of the day, it's the same as, to me, it's almost the same as a movie. So, I feel like if you're going to make a movie, yes, your end goal is to make money, but you should also be making a statement.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because, like I was saying earlier, like a lot of companies, they have this sort of fake image that they try to project and say, oh, look, we're planting trees. Oh, look, we're advocating for, different communities. And like, but they're still doing the same underhanded crap and exploitive stuff that they've always done. It's just they've got this veneer of respectability on top. And I guess, yeah, since I'm not an economic theorist, it's like, who cares what I have to say? But yeah, it's like you can still be a successful game company or entertainment company without being so underhanded and borderline.
Without DLC,
crooked,
microtransactions, season
corrupted.
passes, VIP.
Maybe you have to be a little smarter. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking, it's annoying to have ads in games, but imagine a wrestling game that was free, like all the banners and the people in the stands or whatever. You could have like ads in the game. Pay for it. You could
but then they gotta pay the company.
Yeah, but I mean that would be one way that you could try to, because I can hear they right now they're saying, oh well, we can't make these expensive games unless we do the microtransactions, unless we do the gambling.
That's the big excuse.
DLC.
And like
that's a big excuse.
That's the
How
big
did
excuse.
They do it before?
Well, okay.
How were games successful before?
So
they were smaller.
No, well, yes, but also look at it this way, right? People are demanding bigger and better content right now, which is true, right? You get the next big console, and if you're not a PC gamer, you're usually expecting that next big console to deliver, right? I think with those goals and how we try to sell things here, at least in this country, we tried to kind of meet those expectations and more. We oversell, and eventually you're going to get to a limit to where you can no longer impress a shareholder.
It's plateaued.
Your goal amount of revenue can no longer be beaten with what you're doing. So what they're doing probably right now is changing the scene to get more money to meet those goals. And a lot of the people at the top who demand this stuff aren't the ones making the games. They're not the ones who are behind that desk, dredging, doing crunch, which is another big fucking thing that I want to get into. But, they're the people who look at a spreadsheet and go, well, why the fuck are we not making sales on 2K22? Why aren't people buying? Where are our whales? And that's pretty much how I'm thinking it is, right? There are people out there sitting behind a desk reading reports. It's like, at any other business or major job, there's always a 4-up there who doesn't come down and look at what you're doing. They expect the person below them and the person below them to do that job. And when a company gets that big, it stops having passion, I think. And they use that word like it's a fucking term that they know anymore. And there's such a thing as being too complacent and forgetting what passion is.
Yeah.
And
because when your company could fail if your game isn't a success, and you're hungry and you're new, versus just like, oh well, we know that people are going to come back and we don't have to be we can just kind of like shovel it out there.
If we're not making if we're not selling 7 million copies, we're cutting 20% of people because we still want to make our $1.2 billion bonus. That's
bad, but in a different way.
That's super bad, and that's always been a thing. So
my thought, I'll just say this one thing, and because you're on a roll, definitely, and I'm agreeing with so much of what you're saying. So when 2K, I think it was 2K16, I was telling people, like, if I were in charge of this franchise, I wouldn't release a game every year. Like that, I wouldn't do it. It would be maybe every couple years, and it would be, the engine would be completely revised to have new features and stuff. But what would you do in between to make money? Well, you would release season passes, but it wouldn't interfere with the game. Like, think about like HeroQuest. Okay, I know board games, video games, not the same thing, but you have the base game that anyone can buy. It's always out there. But you can get these other expansions along the way, and it never, like anybody can just dive in. It's not like, oh, every year there's going to be a brand new game, but it's the same engine, just slightly tweaked, and then all DLC that you got to get the features that should have been part of it. And people just keep falling for it every single year, like over and over again. Like they do that with sports games. They treated the wrestling games like sports games, even though wrestling is more like a fighting game. But yeah, I mean, I guess with Call of Duty, you could say it's set in a slightly different time period or whatever. But if you could have like a base game that everybody gets, and some people are going to be satisfied with that, okay, so you got the first point of sale. But other people that have stuck with it all this time, they could be buying, the add-on packs. But anyway, that's all I had to say.
Yeah, no problem. It's actually
there's other ways to do it.
Good stopping point
besides
here.
What they're doing. Yeah, besides what they're doing now.
Because I'm gonna, we got the ad coming in 2 minutes. I want to start it here now. That way I can go grab a drink. We're not gonna do a full BRB this time. We'll just come right back after the ad. Mostly because I want people to actually experience this rantcast. So I don't want anybody to miss anything. So go ahead, and if anybody's got to take a quick break, there's going to be a 2-minute ad coming up. We'll be right back right after the ad, so don't go away. All right, and we're back.
Perfect timing.
I was about to say, I was hoping you'd be back just in time. Anyway, we are coming back right after the ad break here.
Our co-host.
Yeah, so once again, if you're just now watching, my name is Josh. I'm part of the Strange Bus here. I run this channel. We're doing the Rantcast, and I am joined by co-host Kurgan, also known as HeroQuest Fans. If you'd like to check him out here, you can go ahead and visit his channel. That's twitch.tv/HeroQuestFans. I repeat, that's twitch.tv/HeroQuestFans. No promo codes. We're not sponsoring anything. Moving forward, this current topic here, we kind of slipped into the WWE, which I'm actually kind of excited to talk about. And we're also talking about games that have lost their passion.
Yeah. Many future rantcasts can potentially spawn from this humble beginning.
Oh.
So thanks for being a part of this magic that we're creating right now.
Indeed. Very much so. Take a quick second to adjust my mic there. There we go. But yeah, so continuing on from where we left off, spawning from games just in general that have lost their passion to companies, I kind of feel like for the last 5 or 6 years this has been kind of like an ongoing trend. You see big companies right now, not just 2K, but you see 2K, you see Rockstar's kind of had their hand in that bag a little bit, especially with GTA 5. I know it's a big seller, but between the fact that it's just its multiplayer right now is making it like a fuck ton of money, they also have their hands in the microtransaction biz. So, but I'd say if you were going to do anything that was like that, Rockstar kind of does even out the pace a little bit, because they make a single player game and then they're taking their current multiplayer game and pulling a Skyrim. Speaking of Skyrim, How many releases of Skyrim have we had so far? Like literally any platform right now could play it. If they were still making
how many releases of Skyrim have we had?
I mean, right now, if they had calculators that could play games this advanced, we'd have Skyrim on the calculator at this point. So, I own 3 copies, and that's because one of them was given to me for free. The other is VR. I am not that guy that's bought all 15 copies of Skyrim. I think I owned it on the Switch because somebody gave it to me, and I played it on the Switch. I had my fun with it, and that was it. It's the last time I actually played Skyrim. I guess besides VR, but...
Strange Bus, I feel like I used to be a lot like you, but, then I took an arrow to the knee.
Oh, Jesus. Anyway.
Sorry, everybody.
We also have, we also have them then come out to E3 and then make fun of themselves about said product being released many times. But really, at the end of the day, you don't deserve to do that. Like, people need to start calling companies out for stuff like this, and let's not wait until they pull the CEO of Blizzard. What the fuck is his name? But they were caught. This is right before COVID. They were caught supporting China during the Hong Kong riots, and a whole bunch of shit happened with Blizzard and Activision, and Bobby Kotick doesn't like to get involved in any of that garbage. So what happened was his last name keeps popping up, but he took the stand and was like, "Who wants Overwatch 2 and the next Diablo and blah blah blah," and everybody's like, "Oh, he's forgiven," and then that was it.
Oh, I remember this.
So,
and then he said, "It's a mobile game."
No. That was the last Diablo. I mean, it might have been,
okay.
But I was more thinking must have been the wind. But
here we are again talking about, we're the kinder, gentler company. We care about things.
I have his name's J. Allen Brack. Yeah. So I have no doubt in my mind. Bobby Kotick, J. Allen Brack. Those people are horrible, horrible pieces of slime. And on top of it, the fact that you can go out, say, "Oh, we're sorry, by the way," and it's just a half-handed apology, and then start announcing sequels to have people forget your horrible fucking business practices.
Enough of this charade.
Indeed. I feel that
it's a charade. It really is.
It's
you tell people what they want to hear so that you can keep the money going.
I feel like people cannot be that stupid at that point.
Yeah, you got a job to do, but it's you can do it in an ethical way, and you don't have to pretend that you're a good guy when you're really not.
I mean, at that point, I feel like they just need to take the hit, because it's not a good look for you. It's not a good look for the company to be using communist business practices. It's not a good look when you're teaching the people who want to get into business, or teaching your employees, giving bad business practices to your employees. A lot of big companies nowadays have been caught doing the alpha male bullcrap, which have made a lot of women uncomfortable. What was Ubisoft that got caught doing a lot of that stuff, in which the CEO came out and didn't really apologize, but gave a half-handed explanation, and they were under huge scrutiny because there was allegations of sexual assault and all sorts of stuff. And like I said, this comes into the passion portion of it, because you cannot have a game without the people that make it. And that includes men and women both. I'm not there's no political garbage here, folks. This is just basic human knowledge. This is the fact that we should not have to look at our political affiliation to just know that both men and women should work together in certain situations, and if we can't do that, then we don't need to be people. I don't know why we're standing on this earth. We're all people, no matter who we are, and I don't know why we can't get the fuck over that shit. So at the end of the day, when you have drunken managers and CEOs crawling underneath desks, people who are making six figures, way more than me, I could get fired for shit like that. Like, beyond fired. It could be a lawsuit waiting to happen.
It's like, you just turn it around and say, would we tolerate that in another situation? No.
Right.
Hell no.
And what they did was, move them to different positions in the company. So they're recycling them.
It's happened in so many institutions. Yeah, they get so big, and then it's like, you've got so much respect and just trust that you've got people that abuse it. And you cover it up because you don't want it to come out. And then when it finally does come out, it's like even worse. It's like, wow. Mm-hmm. But that's money and power. Unfortunately, it does attract people that will abuse it, and so it's like you always have to be on guard against it. But if they're not held accountable,
I was listening to. I know. I'm sorry, and like I said, this brings it to me being said. Like, I was listening to Castle Super Beast, which is another good podcast that I like to listen to, and they were talking about this. Like, what makes a company good anymore? There's no company right now that hasn't been scrutinized for anything. No game company right now. Well, if you look at this game company, they were at one point in time, at some point in year, scrutinized for this. And if you were looking at this, and they did this at one point in time. So, when is it good enough? Excuse me. So, I'm going to say this. Don't think of it like that. Hold your fucking employers to a higher standard. I mean, I buy games, yes. That doesn't mean I always support them. My game buying goes to the point of, am I going to keep supporting them? Or am I going to buy the next Ubisoft game for $5 when it comes out? Am I going to never buy another Ubisoft game again? I have more self-control. I can do that. I have all the Assassin's Creeds that I want right now. I am Ubisofted out at this moment. As
vote
far
with
as
your wallet.
Yeah.
Vote with
Please,
your wallet.
that is the biggest thing that people aren't understanding as they look at the next Jedi Fallen Order game that's coming out, being made by EA, by the way, and they go, oh, they've really redeemed themselves. And I also agree, because I really like that game. But if it turns out that this one's going to have microtransactions for cosmetics or anything like that, am I going to give myself the excuse? No. I'll wait till it goes out on sale, and then I'll get it. And then I won't buy the microtransactions. I've got dev tools. I'll unlock them myself.
Yeah. I don't want to play that game. The meta game of, the nonsense. Like, I'll support it as little as possible or not at all. Like, I know that there's people out there who will say, like, oh man, the CEO of some company said some political thing I disagree with, so I'm just boycotting all their products. It's your right.
I can't do that though. Like, it's.
But I think it crosses. For me, it's like I wouldn't do that. I'd just be like, okay, fine, he's a jerk. I don't like him, but he didn't make the game. It's just the company. But I think it does cross over. Yeah, when you've got like really bad scandals, or just flat out just screwing your customer over, saying like, yeah, we'll give you this game, but it's broken, unless you pay us more money, and it'll be kind of better, and then we'll just but then we'll discontinue it like in a short period of time and give you another game. It's more or less the same, but like slightly lower quality. And it's like, I don't know. It just, you can only be pushed so far. With the 2K games, with the WWE, going back to them, like I felt like every year there's like little kids that buy the game because they're starting from scratch. They don't know any different. It's like, this is the wrestling game. I want the wrestling game. And if they would look back and go, wait a minute, I was blown away when I saw Here Comes the Pain and like some of these older wrestling games. I was like, dang, there were so many features back then.
Yeah,
How come like 90% of that is gone now? And it's like, yeah, they've got the latest guys that are on TV, but I don't care as much about those guys. And by the time the game comes out, it's already like a year out of date anyway. And the mods are going to be better. So I think they definitely shoot themselves in the foot when they rely on the microtransactions and not harnessing the community, all those people creating content for free to promote your game.
So real quick,
cracky mods, but
Elverg did make a quick comment. You can continue. I'm just gonna make this statement here.
Bad.
Because
he definitely.
he did hit it. He did hit home there, because they have been a hot topic for a while. So, and that's another reason why I have not played Genshin Impact or Lost Ark, and why I will probably never touch another Diablo game for as long as I live. I really wanted to get the second one, the remastered, and then I realized, yeah, Warcraft 3 remastered was a real hit. So
Man, I've got Warcraft 3, and I'm gonna unplug my internet when I play it.
you bet,
I don't
you
want
better,
an update.
because they'll update you to that remastered or the reforged edition.
I mean, it's cool that they offer it, but to force it on you, I mean, that goes back to the Jedi Outcast thing again. Like, oh, yeah, you like this game? F you! We're gonna force you to switch to this other thing. Yeah. And it's not like, oh, you played it for 4 months. You shouldn't have gotten too attached to it. No, it's like you played it for, what, 20 years? How long was it between? I forget when Warcraft 3 came out.
Oh, dude, I can't remember. I got straight into WoW after that. I'm pretty sure. So I don't think I ever played it when it released.
Warcraft 1, 2, and I think I got 3 because they would always release the battle chest that had like the expansion. Like I played Warcraft 3 when the battle chest came out, so not that long after release.
I still have my original case over there. I don't know if my disc is in it because when I was a kid, I had a horrible trend of losing discs. Yeah. So
no, when I played with my brother though. He smoked me because he plays the strategy games. I mean I can get through single player, but if you tried to ask me to play competitively with one of those games, no way. I get drawn in like, oh man, this knight, he's surviving, he's getting through every battle, and it's like I'm forgetting about all these other troops that I've left somewhere else on the map, and it's like they're getting destroyed, and it's like, oh shoot, I need to go over here and click on this, and yeah, but they're good games, they're fun, and I never got into the MMOs. I guess in principle I was like, oh, I don't like a subscription-based game. I realized that's another way you can do it. You can have a monthly subscription or yearly thing. But of course, what do you do when you have multiple MMOs that you're trying to get someone to buy? Like,
well, I was going to say another thing that they're doing right now is they're charging people more money to buy the title. Then they're adding the collector's edition prices on top of it. Because I remember, like, collector's editions used to be like anywhere from $80 to $100. Sometimes you get one for $110. They now have.
I read the next. You finish your thought. Can I read the next comment after that?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I mean to jump in. I know some streamers, they'll like just take a pause and then they'll read the. So Elberg says normalization of microtransactions is only going to get worse before folks start waking up. It's hurting the industry. I agree. Having worked in it years ago and having many friends that still work in the industry, it's sad to say that developers are just as against it themselves. The profit margins by men in suits drive these decisions. End quote.
Good comments by Elberg. Polsky, we're talking. This has been a huge thing. You're coming in a little bit late to the Rantcast. Yeah, but we're right now just talking about games and companies that kind of lost their passion. We're kind of referring to different examples. You might be fairly familiar. You like to say like you kind of been around the time when games were pretty simple, and we're kind of referring to like franchises and like big
quality,
things.
But companies that think they can just do whatever they want,
yeah,
be unethical and be exploitative
and not just referring to just 2K, but like I said, I've made 2K a big example here because they're really big on sports. Like
I played
EA.
the WWE 2K, and so I was personally invested in that, and I was pissed off.
Has anybody played a recent Madden recently that hasn't sucked? Because every time I talk to somebody, they're like, oh, Madden hasn't been good since like Madden 12 or Madden 08 or something like that. And I was like, dude, that was like, fuck, that was like 15 years ago almost. And like, you're telling me there hasn't been a good Madden since then?
Like people that say, man, The Walking Dead hasn't been good for the last 5 seasons, but I still watch it every week. It's like, what?
Oh, so I mean by simpler as in like, not like convoluted, like full of dog crap. Or like, you know, like you don't just open a game or like download a game now and like you just want to play it, and it's hitting you with like a whole bunch of garbage at the front, and then you could get this pack, this big pack of costumes for $10-15, and you bought the collector's edition, and they're wanting you to like spend microtransactions or
you never have the full game. You have to keep buying more stuff, and you signing more waivers that give you more.
Oh, you mean like they released a full game instead of half a game, and then you have the DLC for? So, like I said, me and Kirk are probably going to have a different view about DLC or season passes, because I worked at a game store in the time of the season pass, and there were some games that did the season pass right. Like, there were some, very few that did the season pass right. Like, where they would offer you...
I could see how it could be done right.
Like, they'd offer you the whole game, and it wasn't necessary to get the season pass, because you never knew what you were getting when they said season pass. Like, there were some games that announced the full game, then announced what the season pass was included, or you'd buy it separately. So if you knew you were going to buy all the DLC, you'd buy the season pass, and they'd announce what was going to be in it and when it was going to be released. Then there were games games and game companies that didn't know how to release the season pass, and they would just go, we're going to release our game, and then the season pass is coming out in January of next year, and we'll let you know when it comes out then. So you want to spend $30? No, because I don't know what it is. You're just asking me to give you $30.
And then trust us.
Yeah, and then sometimes they didn't even give you all that content. So...
Yeah. Well, I know with Halo 4, I think they released it for free after a while. I didn't think Halo 4 was that great. Great graphics, not as impressive of a game as Halo 3 or Halo Reach.
See, this is the nice part. We disagree on that one. I enjoyed Halo 4.
You're wrong, of course. I enjoyed it too, just not as much. But what I'm saying is they did a whole, like, a second single player campaign top of the first game. It's like, wow, that's great. Now if I had bought the game day one, I would have been like waiting for them. They're slowly releasing the next episode. Man, I'm just waiting forever. I had to pay for this, and I hope it's going to be good. But now it's just like, well, okay, it's all there, and I can just sit there like, playing 40 hours a week trying to finish it. So Elberg says, year after year, there's so little they can fit into new content in a development cycle for these sports games. Agree. The graphics scalability improvement of features is so small that even if it's the same good game year over year, it's not new or better.
So
see, that's why that ties into your comment about season passes. So you've got a good engine, a good core game. You really have to rehash it every single year and make it slapdash.
So tell me if I'm wrong, right? Tell me if I'm wrong, because I think you can make a good game, a good sports game.
You can take this comment.
Yeah, I'm already reading it. Hold on, Polsky, I'm coming to you.
I think that's a good one.
You can take a good sports game now, because I think the year of making yearly sports games right now is just a tie-in tradition anymore. So I agree with Elverg on that. You could take a sports game, polish the sports game in the mid-year of your console cycle, keep it there, and now that we have downloadable content, you have those microtransactions stuff, you can use those to keep the roster updated and the game replayable for years to come until the next console. And then what you do is you make that stuff purchasable in-game, I think, to keep profitability high. And just name your sports game something other than an anniversary. And that's my advice, kind of on like how I would prefer it, because if they want money within the game so much, most people are going to hop in and do it anyway, like it's a mobile game, and a lot of the people that play the sports games religiously, that's the only game they play. So, I don't know. Like, make a good sports game, make it good, make the stuff that you can buy and download tempting, keep the game updatable, like So if you want those roster updates, if you want the updated uniforms, if you want this, you want that, do what they do with the fighting games and make the game like $150-$200, like at the end of the day. Just slowly pump DLC into it and then call it a day. They're doing that plus releasing a game every year and expecting it to be new and fresh.
It's pay to win. I think it's really bad. But
yeah,
if you just have like, oh, here's a new skin you can get, and
that's what I'm
people
talking
that
about.
own the game have the compatibility pack. So, oh look, I see someone using a cool skin. Well, maybe I'll go buy that.
I'm more talking about like roster stuff, like stuff that would tie in for your multiplayer, because most of them play multiplayer.
You want to have the latest soccer players in your game. Like,
so it's $5 if you want a roster update, or it's like $5 if you want this updated uniform. You know, like something, I don't know, price it how you want, but quit releasing your fucking Madden game every year. Nobody, like, I don't know a damn person who thinks that there's been a best-selling Madden game for like the last 10 years.
I guess, I mean, you could say, okay, you're going to lose sales because people will just go to the used game rack and get the old Madden game, base game.
No, because then they can't play the multiplayer anymore, because you have to have the roster updates. So if they do that, they're going to have to buy the roster updates anyway.
So the game, for all they care, the base game could be free, but you pay for the multiplayer.
Which it won't, though, because that's what's also going to account. Like I said, games are like the sports games are like $70 right now. Hold on, I've got to answer
the bargain bin right away, and they're $10. Yeah,
so,
go for it.
Polsky, because I want to answer this. If X-Wing versus TIE Fighter came out today, the base game would come with X-Wings, Z95s, TIE Fighters, TIE Interceptors, and the rest of the ships would be Season Pass DLC. So, Squadrons was released, similar to that game, used some of the same assets as an X-Wing Alliance, and kind of the same control scheme, I think. And they did something similar to that, except for the fact that their vehicle roster was very limited, and it was more focused on multiplayer. But you want to know what they did? Like, it was the craft bling that they used. So for your first person cockpit, you could have like dice or something. Like, I thought you would be able to pay for ships or something. Nope. EA proves once again that they are dumber than the average bear, and just makes like little dangly things. Controls were different, but I'm saying the feel of the game to me was similar. And I was able to map controls similar to X-Wing Alliance. Like, I could use a joystick and a keyboard, but the game didn't like it, but I could do it, like I do with X-Wing Alliance and X-Wing versus TIE Fighter.
Not a big deal.
And the power options were simplified. Like, I feel like they were a lot better on the old games.
X-Wing better have a tape deck, just like in the movie.
Oh, I think it does. I think they mapped them. I think they mapped them compared to how the cockpits were in the movies. That's one thing you can give to Disney and like EA is Disney was like really fucking particular about how the Star Wars games were made. They had to have mapped out props, and they had to have motion capture and all that other garbage.
Disney definitely knows how to copy other people's stuff.
What do you mean? Like they're Steve Jobsing their way through life? What are you talking about?
Well, they bought everything, and now they just copy it. Yeah.
Yeah, where it wasn't all engine or all shield or all weapons. No, and I agree with you, Polsky. The big thing here is that, like, it smells. To me, it smells like X-Wing Alliance or X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. You know what I mean? Like, I got in there, and I was like, this doesn't feel like a new IP at all. There's a particular scent. And
was it called Squadrons?
Yeah. And I streamed Squadrons before, I think.
Yeah,
so
I only played X-Wing Alliance, and I really liked the XWA upgrade project, but I realized, most people probably just play the new game.
But, I mean, I didn't mind Squadrons. It was just the fact that, like, to me, it was very limited, because they wanted it to be a multiplayer competitive game, and EA's been taking so much fucking, like, schlock on that, but X-Wing versus TIE Fighter and X-Wing Alliance are the same thing, and then Squadrons, they like simplified everything in a bad way. Like, that's how I view it, yeah. Because, like, I'm not saying that X-Wing versus TIE Fighter and X-Wing Alliance are exactly the same. I'm more stating the fact that, like, compared to Squadrons is like if you, like, ripped the first, I don't know, couple months of development. And keep this in mind, Polsky, you were way more into X-Wing versus TIE Fighter than I was. And, like, at the same time, you were much older than I was at the time when I was playing that game. So I wasn't playing it competitively.
You guys are at a different level, because I just heard Flight Sim and I tuned out. Like, for me, I would maybe play Rebel Assault or what's that other game, Rogue Squadron. Maybe I would like the new game better, because I think X-Wing Alliance is a good game, but I mean, I had to.
Yeah, I feel like
to be basically
Babby mode.
You had to like point my head at the screen and like pry my eyeballs open with the eye drops. You know, and it's like, okay, fine, I see what you mean. It is a good game, and it has a high learning curve. But yeah, if I were just a casual gamer, oh yeah, flying an X-Wing, that'd be kind of fun.
It's not that hard to learn those older games. It's really not. And at the same time,
the mindset of humility and just like
Squadrons was like weird in certain ways, and like I said, to me, it was a little too oversimplified. And the dead zone for that was garbage. Just have to master a joystick. See, me and Polsky agree on that. X-Wing Alliance was great. I love that game. I have the big box. It was wrapped at one point in time. It's no longer wrapped because I love that game so much. And, I will never, ever stop loving that game. And, I think EA should no longer be in charge of any Star Wars game besides, I mean, even, Respawn does Fallen Order. So, that's where it is. But
yeah, I guess if you consider Lego Star Wars, the complete saga, to be a Star Wars game, I mean, I thought that was pretty fun, but more of just like a puzzle game. I think the last good Star Wars game I remember playing and enjoying was Republic Commando. So I'm kind of out of the loop, I guess.
Yes. As far as other like titles go, like I said, to me, the two main offenders for games or companies that kind of like just lost their way and have lost their way for quite a long time. Like I said, when I was still, yes, Elver, that is the first time I've ever heard somebody say something like that. And by God, if I wasn't fully fucking clapping to that right now.
LJN wasn't all bad, but yeah, they were, most people know because of AVGN, the movie tie-in games that were just really lackluster.
But you don't want to see an LJN on your game, and you don't want to see AA anywhere. And they have been killing other companies. Like BioWare is on the verge of destruction.
It used to be when you saw EA, it was like, oh cool, EA Sports, it is in the game. Now you see it and you're like, oh,
it's a piece of crap. No.
Republic Commando, if they had gotten like, looks like the multiplayer was like Halo Light. I think if they could have multiplayer as awesome as single player, the game I'd still be playing it today.
I think Imperial Commando needs to be made.
New Republic Commando,
like the sequel that never got put in development.
No, you're right. I remember them talking about that, and I don't know how far it ever got.
It got to concept, and that was it.
Oh, so we won't get a Duke Nukem Forever style leak of it someday?
No, never. I don't even think, like I said, people have been trying to release Battlefront 3 a lot, and it's released now, but you have to have a development console 360 to play it. I think you can get, because I tried to see if I could emulate it, and I can't find the file anywhere anymore.
Oh, man.
I think it got scrubbed.
I don't support people hacking game consoles, but I've always thought to myself, the time to do that would be if Xbox 360 is ever taken offline.
How old is the old LucasArts, Polsky? Because like some of those like CEOs of LucasArts were kind of like their doom at one point in time.
Mord retired or resigned in 2009, I think. That was pretty much the death knell of JediKnight.net, which was the community I hung out in. It was just kind of like, after that, it's like, yeah, they're on the downward spiral, and Disney buys them out and shuts them down and cancels all their products.
I still played the stuff in X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. I don't think I ever played the multiplayer. I played like all the what was it, the little like missions that you could play. I did all those and just pretended I was like doing stuff.
Am I right though that X-Wing versus TIE Fighter was multiplayer focused? Because I remember people complaining about that.
It was, but here's your difference though: is it had something to tide people over. Because back in the day, internet was like, to me, internet was super new, and like you didn't always have a big group. They thought what like a lot of people should be thinking today, and I think it's like not everybody can just get off work, have the same schedule, and play a game. Like, and sometimes you just have the itch to play that game, right? So I don't know. I feel like they had a lot of like. Polsky might put it in a better term, but I feel like they had a lot of like, just like random levels or tours of duty that you could go on. And
Pump to Power, yeah. That makes sense, because I remember hearing about that and thinking, what are they talking about? No single player. But I must have been thinking of the expansion. So they obviously heard the criticism. Okay, here's the single player. And the X-Wing Alliance, they'd give you both.
But I've had X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, and I've had it with the expansions. I don't think I've ever played just the base game.
Even Quake 3 Arena, which was obviously a multiplayer game, it had a really super short single player. Like now, if you get it on a modern console, it has this really long campaign you can play. It's like, all right, it only took them how many years to finish it?
Yeah.
Balance of power.
And like I said, I don't think I ever played the multiplayer and XVT. I all just played the missions and the tour of duty.
Once I played Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2.
It was harder than shit. Like I still had trouble playing it.
Yeah. But actually you're not alone though. There's a lot of people, a lot of time you'd play the single player, and multiplayer, if you played it at all, it was just an afterthought. So it was the selling point of the game. So it's a different mindset to step in going like, okay, I'm gonna have to like have a fast internet connection and like possibly pay for pass to play online, and if I don't play for a while, I'm gonna suck and I'm gonna have to like keep going. It's a different mindset. Just here's this awesome campaign that I can enjoy for a couple of weeks or months, and then that's the game for me.
Mm-hmm.
So with a flight sim, yeah, I just picture like dogfighting with people. I mean, I played some of those missions where it's like, okay, you had to like record all the serial numbers or evade the ships or destroy the mines or whatever.
To kind of follow Elverg's comment here, the blindly buying thing is kind of a big deal. I also think that a lot of basic consumers will take a look at an ad or the ad and just look for the keywords. Things that pop out to you. And
King Kong, I remember that movie.
Yeah,
I'll buy the King Kong game. It should be fun.
Hey, that actually isn't a bad game. Are you talking about the new one, like the one that came out, like the Peter Jackson one?
I was thinking about an older one. I guess I didn't know there was a newer one.
It's not really new,
but
it's Peter Jackson's King Kong the movie, the game, and that was actually not too bad.
Yeah. And when I think of AVGN episodes, I disagree with him on a lot of stuff, but the one he did on Godzilla, where at the end, like after he's played all the crappy Godzilla games, he like gets blown away by like the newer Godzilla games. I 100% agree with that, because those games are awesome.
They are awesome. Destroy All Monsters was really dope.
Yeah. Now there's a couple that are kind of a fail. There was a PS4 game that was just really, really boring. There was a Dreamcast game that, like, it didn't even feel like Godzilla at all. But yeah, the ones that came out for PS2, original Xbox, were great.
Indeed.
Fun, brawling party games. You could pick up buildings and throw them. I mean, what's not to like? It's Godzilla in a nutshell.
You know what? Another okay.
Destroy the city.
now that we're practically done with our topics, because like I said, actually no, I've got one more thing to touch on. And that's on the Ubisoft.
More
front.
rant in the chamber.
At least for this topic, and that's Ubisoft games in general. The new games that have come out for Ubisoft that I've played recently, Assassin's Creed, of course. They're pumping out Assassin's Creeds all the time, but and then we've got Riders Republic. I have a deep feeling for this game because I liked Steep. I'm a huge fan of those sports, like snowboarding games, because I was a big fan of going back to, I think, EA, back when it was big. We had SSX, the SSX titles,
Yeah.
and I used to own all of them, and they went missing. Because I own them all on my PS2.
Okay, I got to bring my 360 over, and we're gonna play SSX.
But I had the original. I had Tricky. I had On Tour. I had SSX3, which I played the most of. But Steep reminded me a lot of like a free roam SSX without the Ubers, I guess. It was as close as I'm getting to a game like that on the modern day console. And because I think the last SSX they did was on, PS3? And I can't remember what it was called. I think it was just called SSX. I think it was a reboot. They were going to try to reboot the franchise, and it failed.
I wonder if that's the one I played, because on the 360 it was just SSX. And
yeah,
I've
that
never
could
heard
be
of
it.
it before.
The original one was a PS2 launch title.
Okay.
So, and they released...
Yeah, I had a PS2, but I
3 more.
had it it had been out for many years by the time I got one.
I played that, and then all of a sudden you get this thing for Riders Republic, which is supposed to be a snowboarding crossover with mountain biking and all this crazy cool ass shit, and it's supposed to have like cosmetics, and I bit into it. I waited till it was on sale, but I bit into it, and the biggest regret I've ever had, like I said, there's never been a time I haven't bought a Ubisoft or an EA game recently. And I think maybe besides Assassin's Creed, and that hated my life because all Riders Republic is it's open world with drop in drop out multiplayer, and from what I caught there, almost every cosmetic you have to pay for. There's not any real character individuality. You start off with a dude in a flannel, as everybody else does. And you earn new bikes and stuff by playing through the map, but there's this huge ass map, and you're fast traveling through the whole thing. You don't have to go to a certain location. You don't have to do anything like that. It's just like, hey, you want to participate in this race? Go there. You want to get this board? Go there. And there's a story behind it, but it's very weak and rickety, and the graphics aren't. If I even have to get into the graphics, because that doesn't fully make a game. But when you're already kind of feeling a little off, yeah, I feel like looking at the mountaintop on something, it was kind of like one of those things where most of it was smooth. It was like this smooth, because you're looking at a rocky, not a snow mountain, but you're supposed to be seeing details in the mountains, and even in Steep you can see that. You can't see that here. It just looks like everything was kind of sloppily pasted. So, that's kind of my rant on that. But if you get offered Riders Republic, or if you have any interest in those extreme sports games, just don't fall into the trap, because it's bad. Anyway, We have an ad in 2 minutes. Do you have any final thoughts, Kurgan, before we move on to free base rants and then end of night?
I'm starting to get kind of tired here, but man, all that, there's only so much rage I can release before I just like need a nap. But this has been a blast. This has been a lot of fun. All that anger built up over all those years, all that rage and regret. No, it just has to come out somehow. And I think our chatters have been definitely hitting on some points there about how,
Indeed,
in some way, not all of us, but a lot of us are to blame because we've just kind of let it happen. Yeah, there's plenty of people that, yeah, just it wasn't their fault. They didn't know any better. It was just like, oh, hey, look at this game, and they don't do the research and realize, wait a minute, this is on a downward spiral. And by me buying this, I'm just supporting the spiral. But yeah, it's I chalk some of it up to the brand loyalty. It's like, man, I've always bought EA games, and I'm just gonna buy the next EA game. And yeah, it sucks, and it's not as good as last year, but I'm gonna buy it because that's what I can't live without it. And then the company can just look at the profits and go, well, we're not doing anything wrong, so we'll just keep right on.
Well, and a lot of the time, they say it's not enough. Like, a game could be a massive hit and still not be enough. Like, what was it with Devil May Cry? They wanted the game to hit 7 million copies, which is absurd.
It's like E.T., like, just...
And that's the reboot, by the way. I mean, the reboot didn't sell close to that, but, like, that was their expectation when Capcom was looking at it, and Devil May Cry 4 didn't sell... I don't think it sold close to that. They wanted to double it. I think it sold 4 million at launch, if I remember right. So, it's one of those things where... we got an ad about ready to start. So, real quick, we'll finalize after the ad. So,
Comrade Polsky sounds like a good person to talk to.
Oh yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah, we need people from the old school and the new school.
All schools.
Yep.
Every school.
Mm-hmm.
I still got pizza to finish, and it's like 1 a.m. We're still not muted or anything, so...
First world problems. Still got pizza to eat. The Bubble Arcade. And we're live.
Yes, we are live.
Not on HeroQuest fans, but on the Rantcast.
So we're on the final segment of the Rantcast. Just real quick.
It's been a marathon.
Yeah, it's been so I'm gonna say, Max, we got about 10 minutes left because I don't want to push it longer than 5 hours. This has been an extreme podcast. I want to let people know this was kind of a demo. It was episode 0, so we wanted to kind of demo this out for people who wanted to see if this is kind of something that we wanted to do. Me and Kurgan both
hungover tomorrow.
Yeah, me and Kurgan both were planning on wanting to do something that just involved us just getting it all out there, no matter whether it's popular or not. So
might lose some subs. I'm just saying. But
my final segment, and Kurgan, feel free to jump in if you feel like it. Yes, definitely. Definitely guests on some other episodes.
Comrade Polsky is right. How cool would it be if we had a call-in show? And yeah, it might get out of hand. Somebody might take it too far, but I think we could have some good conversations.
I'm expecting them to take it too far. But
EA made a grave mistake with Battlefront, like a really grave mistake. Should have continued what was there and existing instead of just ignoring, much like what Disney did with Star Wars.
So this comes to my final thought, because like I said, we've got 10 minutes. I've got a huge fucking beef with EA and Battlefront, like most people probably do. Pandemic, God rest their souls, made 2 really good games, and Free Radical was planning on making a third, what looked to be a halfway decent Battlefront, and then that got shot down, unfortunately. But I think this comes back to saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? EA demoed the first Battlefront by making it exclusively multiplayer with some single player, like, instant action zones, when they could have just added bots at that point. They were even interjected by John Boyega at that point in time, I guess, who had to learn everything Star Wars because he was everything Star Wars at that point, and was like, hey, where's your campaign, bro? And they were like, we don't have one. He was like, why not?
Wait, so did the first Battlefront reboot not have...
No campaign. It was all multiplayer. It had instant action zones. Like, it had like a thing where like you or a friend could hop in. And
because I didn't have the game, but my friend had it, and we played a thing where it was like the two of us on like a commando team, and we were doing some mission.
That was it. You could play that yourself or with a friend, and that was fun.
That was more fun than the regular game to me.
No, because if you paid $60 for that, and that was all you got into the camp, they were really pushing the I think it was 64 players in the map at that point in time.
Cool idea, but
there was no real campaign. It was just those. So I played those for about 10 hours. That was really squeezing the juice out of that game, because the tutorial was the single player thing. The instant actions were single player, and then they had like a fighter mode that was kind of that way too. They then added a full instant action, I believe, later on, I think, with Battlefront. I can't remember. I haven't played the original in a while. But
the very original Battlefront, I was hard on that game. I felt like this is a console game that they squeezed out. But the second Battlefront, even though it had a lot more polish and it had space battles, it took out, you couldn't go prone anymore because people would like crawl through walls. There was like a wall hack thing exploit in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And but yeah, that was long before the rebooted games and all the microtransaction crap. So did the microtransaction thing happen with the second Battlefront reboot, or was it the
getting
first
there. I'm getting there.
Oh yeah, you're getting. My bad.
So after the first one, EA promised to deliver a better experience with Battlefront 2, and like I said, they really brought the hype train.
No squeezing the juice, he said.
They no wheezing the juice. So we decided tap into the inner barbarian and rant, but then I have to roll for that. I don't want to do that. Like
to crush your enemies, to see them through them before
I don't want to have to slam my keyboard or anything like that. So, but like the second one was supposed to be super good. It was supposed to have like you get space battles, and then you get the sky battles, and they've got all these cool heroes coming to the battlefront, and blah blah blah. We're EA. We're here to make apologies, and you can suck our dicks and blah blah blah. I mean, I don't know. Like at this point in time, it was.
Well, hey, before we get too falling asleep here, are we playing HeroQuest tomorrow, or you got to tap out? You got other stuff.
Oh yeah, well I might have to tap out because I've got, like I said, I've got that extra kiddo. I don't know when I'd be available unless it's nighttime. Because you start at 6, right?
Yeah, I'll see. Whoever shows up, we'll just do something else. But that's okay.
I deeply apologize, but like I said, I took on that extra boy. He comes first.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
But
yeah, this has been fun. Yeah, keep on going. Take us home.
I was like to finalize. The game was coming close to release, and I think there was something. Whether it was coming close to release or it released, because I don't know if they did a beta on this one, but I do know around that same time, because I had pre-ordered it, they had dropped the ball pretty bad, and as people were able to play the game, they found out that the hero characters that you could play were locked behind either it was either buy them with what was it? You had to use like their credit system, or you had to fucking chug hours to get the heroes because they were loot boxes. So you would roll, get 3 loot boxes, you'd get add-ons for the characters, and then you get a hero. And a hero would be fucking almost like somebody calculated it. Reddit was all over their fucking ass about it. And they're like, just to get a chance at getting Darth Vader, you would have to have 40 hours in the game. 40 hours of uninterrupted play. And that's just for a chance at him. So, and the big thing was EA was releasing this saying that you could either buy the hero or play to unlock them. It was your choice.
But
we're not holding a gun to you. And
it'll take you 1,000 hours to
yeah, you'll be more than done with the game. It's unimaginable grinding. And it was is that a game I have to buy? No, I wouldn't recommend. I mean, it's been fixed since, but don't buy it. It'll probably be free at one point in time, and that's when I'd recommend it. Plus, the multiplayer community now is beyond toxic. Like, they're racist. Like, super racist. So, HeroQuest. Yes.
Yeah. Well, speaking of racist, I mean, you could be a racist and like a game, but that doesn't make me a racist for liking the same game. Like, I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about the community of Battlefront 2. They're real bad. They've gotten real bad.
I've been called every slur under the sun, and yeah, I don't enjoy that.
But
I'd rather just play the game, and yeah, if you want to call me a fucking noob, go for it. But don't insult my ethnicity.
The big part about it is, and because we're coming up on our close, they got to the point to where they were the most disliked comment on Reddit, because I think EA mentioned the fact that like they're just cosmetics or something like that, and that like you don't have
that's
to.
That's always
like,
how it starts. It always starts with.
I can't remember. There was like a comment they made that got really put down, and this ended up having to go to court and almost shut down the whole loot box thing in general, because I remember Australia was talking about it a lot. There were certain countries close to the UK that were talking about like making this illegal, because it technically is gambling and children can access it, everything. Yep. And the lady who was the rep for EA walked up and called them like something weird. It's been so long. I can't remember. No, you didn't step on any toes, man. It was, but she said they were like happy packages or something. I'm gonna have to look it up at some point in time. I'll probably correct myself next stream. But she called them something really stupid. And like she became a meme for the next and they are. Microtransactions are illegal in some countries now. And they've been taking a look into like gambling ever since, because EA also blocked refunds around that time. Like, I almost wanted to refund my pre-order. You couldn't. They hid the refund button.
Dang.
They were pulling a lot of garbage.
And we're not getting into a debate over the morality of gambling. I know for some people it's like, yeah, that's...
Well, some people do have a problem, though. Like, they can't...
There's gambling addiction is a real thing, and the fact that you're doing it to kids. I mean, in some countries it's illegal even to market directly to children. In the U.S. it's not, but yeah, kids don't get to go to the casino, so it's a way of subverting those laws by throwing in, you just tap on the phone and you get more points, and it's like, yeah, but you're spending money and on your mom's credit card or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh, you want to win the game, don't you? Well, yeah,
I think we're sensitizing, we're desensitizing children for gambling and stuff.
We're teaching them, that this is the way you are entertained, and this is everybody. Yeah, it's a good thing, and so you're gonna draw out more of those people. I agree.
This, like I said, this could be a whole new rant, but we are exactly at the 5-hour mark. I'm going to thank extensively everybody for watching, listening, lurking, everybody. Chell, Polsky, J22, Elverg, Ghost in a Taco, and just about everybody else that just hung in and dropped back out, whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
Thanks, because this has probably been about the biggest turnout I've had. So, it's been a pleasure to have you guys all aboard for the Rantcast, and I hope that you guys come back because I think we're planning on doing this next week.
Yeah,
I also want to give a big thanks to Kurgan, also known as HeroQuest Fans. I don't know why I'm doing this because he's over on my side over here. But I want to give a big thanks to him because without him, this wouldn't have been possible. I asked him to do a couple things to get things prepared, and since I had taken in an extra child, I'm at 3 kids right now instead of 2. And one of them's really crazy. He was so crazy, he decided to rip drywall off my wall, like the wallpaper piece. So I have to go and get that repaired. But he's a sweetheart. At times he just loses his temper, and we're helping him. But it was just funny because I was almost late because of that. So I want to give him a big thank you because without him, we wouldn't have the Rantcast logo. We wouldn't have some of the footage that we saw. We wouldn't have a lot of things, and he pulled more than his weight around here. So, thanks, Kurgan. If you do want to check him out, if you're not already a fan of his, or if you just want to watch some HeroQuest, because he does that stuff, and he's always looking for people to join him, you can look him up at
tomorrow.
Oh yeah, tomorrow. You can also check him out here. That's twitch.tv/HeroQuest fans. I repeat, that is twitch.tv/HeroQuest fans. Once again,